Yo, what's up, guys? It's Skycatlive. What's up? What's up? It is Tuesday, 2:47 in the afternoon, 6:23:26, and it's 84 degrees in my house. That's a June 23rd, 26th, and it's a Tuesday, and it's 84 degrees in my house. It's hot, but tolerable, like me. And yeah, and oh, I was going to clean my camera lens and I forgot. And I've got to post my videos from yesterday. Yesterday was a good day, it was a really good day, and today's gonna be a good day too. Gonna go on about the business here. Gonna drop it off the big screen because I don't have much to do for an intro today. Nothing special like a music video drop or anything else like that. Just just what it is. I am going to watch the Philip DeFranco, and I'm going to title some videos that I uploaded. If they're done. Yeah, they're done. Okay, we're going to upload videos. Oh, there was a red check, was there? So I can only view this video. I got copyright struck on this one. Well, then we can't use it. Blocked. So what?
Concerns pigs.
Oh, the
Be
John
careful in
Oliver.
disposing of it because
So yeah, they didn't want me to do the John Oliver. I didn't know that. Okay, Avalon on behalf of Last Week Tonight. Claimants Avalon on behalf of Last Week Tonight. Okay, you didn't want me to watch the John Oliver, huh? So can we trim out? Continue. Yeah, can you just cut it out? Well, that's cool. You could just trim them, huh? Yeah, trim out the John Oliver. I think that's a way better way to do it. It takes a while, I guess. We're not totally done. Editing in progress. Okay, so I guess I wait to publish today while I wait for this process to clear. I've got to trim out John Oliver entirely. It's odd. I've watched other John Olivers on my YouTube, and I've never been copyright struck before. It's odd, but maybe this time was different. I don't know. I will get on some rust. And some Eve. And I will watch this video about Loru getting canceled. Channel content, editing in process. Trimming takes time, huh? Well, can I title it at least? Yeah, I can probably title and save at least and move on later. Opening a thumbnail. I cut a music video yesterday. So fucking dope. Like I never thought I would ever cut a music video, not in my life, and now I've done 9. And I fucking, they're not good, but they're mine. They're my music fucking videos. I love them because they're my work. They're mine. 619, 22, 618, 18, 618. 622, part 1 of 2. Show more. 7 Days to Die. No. I'm just going to put it up under Eve. I don't care. On. Strict. Next. 619, 618, 617. So what happened to 621? I guess I didn't record. Yeah, I don't think I recorded. So 622, part 1 of 2, editing, edit processing starts soon. But I didn't catch a check on the second one, which is good. I got 12 views on my music video, which is fucking awesome. Come on. I don't have anything. What happened here? Combat log's empty. They must have reset the server, huh? I don't care. Huh. Ooh. Yeah, they did. They reset the server, but I don't care. Oh, look, I'm like the only one on the server. It's fucking beautiful. The frames are so good, 120. I will need to clean my screen a little bit. Can't tell if it's mini helis or crud on my screen. That's how you know you need to clean your screen. Yeah, I'm just gonna get a little bit of water so I can get this stuff off. There, it looks like a hot air balloon, but it's just a smudge and it's like stuck on my screen. There we go. I love this screen. I'm so glad I bought it. I need a bigger screen than this, but yeah. Hmm. That's odd. Is there like blueprints on one of these mods, or did they just start dropping blueprints? Is that kind of new? Let's ask the AI. In Rust, I'm noticing that blueprints are starting to fall from the barrels and the boxes and stuff that weren't there before, that I've never seen. Is that something Face Punch did, or is that some mod that I'm seeing on modded servers? Do you know? I knew it. I was like, this is an official Blueprints in the Wild thing. You know, I didn't watch this month's Shadowfax because I didn't think I'd be playing Rust, but Tay was like, nah, come back and we'll kick these fucking idiots' asses. I was like, okay. And he was like, yeah, we'll stop these people. And I was like, okay, no problem. Sounds good to me. I've never had an admin take my side before. It's good. It's not admin abuse. It's just them doing their jobs and protecting me from constant targeted harassment, which is something the other mods on the other servers. Now, Rusting Dead Rick, he did do it for years. He banned them like 200 times or something. He was in constant battle with them. I respect him a great deal, but I felt that I was kind of using him, so I blocked him. I was like, I constantly harass you for protection against these shitiots that constantly harass me. And, like, and I told him one day, I was just like, I feel like I'm bugging you too much and I'm asking too much and I've made my problem your problem and I'm sorry. I don't feel like I want to, you know, I don't feel like I want to have my shit to be your shit anymore, you know? And he was like, it's okay, it's my job. And I was like, no, it's not, though. It's been years, and all I ever do is page you, text you, and beg you to do something. And you have to wait for Face Punch to do nothing. Do they stand there? Oh, no, he's dead. I killed him? Nice. But where are the arrows? Do they just not run? Oh yeah, it's like, no, they do. Oops. Don't have a way to chop this pig, unfortunately. Maybe I can get a bone knife off him and then use it. Yep, I could. And then, nice. I like the crossbow a lot more than the bow because it fires more. And I was like, "You're gonna do something?" And he's like, "Yeah, we're gonna stop these fucking shitheads." And I was like, "Oh, good. Well, right on." I remember people on the zombie server, they would get offline by these shitheads all the fucking time. It caused like an upset on the server, and like 30 people left. The pop got up to like 30, but then these shitheads showed up, and overnight they offlined everybody, and they used it all against me, and they killed the zombie server. There's like the numbers are there. Like the Rusting Dead Rick knew, like, these shitheads, they fucking killed the zombie server just by being there. They're such fucking losers that anywhere they go, they're like king shitter losers, and anywhere they go, they just ruin wherever it is they go. There's a sword. And a mining helmet. Like, ooh, auto turret's good for early game. I have a lot of fuel. I could make a boat. Is there an XP chart on this thing? No. No, there isn't. The outpost is right there. Yeah, this is a good place. Mining outpost and outpost will do. Can get horses at ranch and get, you know, water from abandoned cabins. Can run harbor. Ooh, a motorcycle. That's good. That serves my purposes. Wish I had a backpack, but it's okay. I'll have to recycle here. I mean, do I plan on using an auto turret? I don't think I do. I'm just going to recycle it. Gears. That's good. I don't need the laptop. Got a beehive nucleus out of something. Where did I get that from? I could do some solar panels. Did I hear something? No. Oh, another crossbow. I'm sorry, yeah, I like root combiner, yeah. Might put down a research bench. This is not a 3X, I guess? Yeah. Oh, I do have a backpack, though. That's cool. Will it fetch? Probably not, but I mean, eh. Two scientists right there freaked me out for a second. I was like, what the hell? There's like two guys standing there. Oh, headshot. Oh, yeah, headshot, bitch. I love that sound. Squish. Not enough room. I need the tarps too. Maybe I get tech trash later. Guess I'll build a set out of leather. Okay, let's load Eve. lots of boxes here. Damn, that thing has some good range. Like, better than the other crossbow. Not like this. Ugh. I like the blueprint change. That's a good addition to the game. I think it's a good choice. Oh, that drops stuff on the ground, huh? No, I just haven't made it yet. I think that's actually better. Ooh. Oh, no, the jacket is, I think, the superior thing, and I'm making bandages and I'm dropping them. Oh, I have a BP for some reason and a hammer. I'm trying to make bandages to heal. Is there a barrel in this monument? I don't think there is, huh? I don't need this beehive nucleus. I don't need that torch. I believe I will travel to Outpost for victuals and water and research. Save sounds good. I can just idle here. They can't do shit. Let's go see what's going on in Eve. Oh yeah, I was making money. Yeah, cool. I'm now like above where what I've lost. I've been on for a little while here, so people know that I'm here. There's another person sitting here, Erlen Gemulus. Let's take a look at him. I'm just curious. Student of Eve University for 18 days. The employment history. So odd that he's out in Poshvon, though. But whatever. Let's go see how fast we pull a shithead. Yep, we're going out. Let's go see how fast I can pull a shithead. Maybe they'll leave me alone as it's like a Tuesday. First thing would be water. That's odd. Half the water thing was gone as if somebody was here. Maybe these boys have been coming here. I should read what the commands on the server are. I think they changed that. Yeah, I think that's kind of new. Yeah, I want to learn this fancy bed, this solar panel, fancy bullets. Maybe I'll produce a revolver or some such. Buy down the chart to a weapon and produce a revolver, because I do have... No, I don't have... Well, I don't really have GP. Yeah, and, begin. Oops, I'm out here. Thank God there was not, Eden Calm. Oh, lots of anomalies. Bez that's 180 180 cam out. That actually might be pretty good. Where did it send me? Oh, yeah. No, that might be kind of fun. I wish I hadn't recycled my laptops because I gotta go pop that crate. Might be really good. It's far, but I could journey all the way the fuck over there. There's nothing really stopping me. I could ride a train. Oh no, there's no trains on this server. Why no trains? Sad panda, no trains. Why not go on a journey? I suppose I should put a bag down. Maybe a couple bags. Put it back down on the other side. Yeah, bread's good. Candy. Maybe I'll put that stuff like... Oh, you know, I could have... Oh no, I guess I would have to go to the outpost. Or the bandit camp, I mean. But I could buy a jerry can. I don't have scrap. Maybe I should gamble this 10 scrap just because it's like the right thing to do. But I don't know. I'm not going to take the time. Blueprint for gears. That's cool. Put down a bag. Oh, I suppose I will go up under... Oh, did we get here? Yeah, we got here. So, we went out here without the micro warp drives, I guess? Yeah. But it's so far. By the time somebody comes here, they've got to travel 150 kilometers and I can just leave. I will fill a cargo container. Which one was this? It was the internal Bez field. Is there other Bez nearby? There is. Turn off these micro warp drives. I want you to align to the station. There, perfect. I didn't get mining chip surveys on these ventures because they're so old. Mining. I have aligned on this character. No, I've aligned on her. Yeah, I'll have aligned on her. She's aligned out, but the main character isn't. Good. And let's also put spotted main and other beds in range, I think. But we'll worry about that later. I will fill a cargo container, I believe, because I think I'm likely to get it out of here, honestly. This is a good proc. Okay, let's go traveling. I'm going east to the water. I like long motorcycle journeys in Rust. I think it's actually quite fun. Lots of stuff happens like that. Riding into cactuses or catching air. See catching air. Catch some air. Yeah. They made it way better than it was at launch. It used to be really easy to kill yourself, like way too easy. Repair the damage I've done to the bike already. Another nice thing about a motorcycle journey is if there's anybody chasing me, they've got to keep moving too. Maybe I should avoid them. You're gonna kill me? Don't kill me. That's some air there. Whoa. Off the stone node. I walked 5 miles just now. 5.16 miles. You can see there. Oops, sorry, I gotta tilt my thing. Over an hour and 53 minutes. I got 5 miles, which is pretty good. 5.16 miles. I did 12,165 steps. I burned. I don't know. Does it say? I don't know if it tells you how many calories you burn, but it's like 1,000 something. And we're gonna finish the walk. Very good. 684 calories, which is like your daily, not your daily, but that's like your daily meals. If you want to get super skinny, you would have to do more. I'd probably have to walk like 10 miles, but I won't get fatter. When I was a kid, and I think about this a lot, when I was a kid, there was something that I went to a school called Moravian, and they wanted me to understand fundamentally that the food we were eating, the soda and the pizza and all that stuff, was going to make us fat all of our lives, and the school knew it. And they were terrified of it. And this is the rich people's school where they really care about the health of the kids. And, you know, they're being paid six-figure salaries, so they really fucking care. They, like, care. If the kids aren't losing weight, the teachers freak out, and they lean into physical fitness, and they show you truisms about, like, your lifestyle and stuff, and they worry about you because their job is to take care of rich people's kids. So they do. And so they needed our whole class to understand how hard it is to lose weight. And I don't know why it's not hard, but it's just like what it takes. And I remember what they did. They brought us to some institute that was trying to educate kids about their terrible food habits and stuff. And they had this guy go out on stage, and he's like, hi. And he's like, I'm here to show you how long it takes to burn the calories of drinking a Coca-Cola. And he's like, I'm going to get on this treadmill, and behind me is a projection screen, and on the treadmill is a little meter that shows miles per hour and shows calories burned. And we were like, oh, we can see calories burned and how much progress you make each time you ride a bike. And we were amazed by it because it was kind of a new tech. And he was like, yes, you can measure exactly how many calories you burn in an exercise session. So here's a can of Coca-Cola. And he started drinking it. And he was like, this is a can of Coca-Cola. How many of these do you guys drink a day? And he's like, raise some hands here and I'll call on you and tell me how many of these you drink each day. And there was various answers. I think the highest number was like 4. There was like some kid that was like 4, but people were like 1 and 2 or like 1 or 3, or how, you know, if you drink a soda, any soda, how many do you drink each day? And the answer was invariably like 2, 3, maybe 4 if it was kind of a fatter kid. And he was like, okay, well, I'm going to drink a Coca-Cola now. I remember it was a Coca-Cola, and he was like, I'm going to show you the calories on the can. And he did. And he was like, the kid, I don't know, how many calories in a can of Coca-Cola? Like a 12-ounce can. 140 calories. So he's like, this is 140 calories. It is 1/8 of your daily allotment, or sorry, 1/4 of your daily allotment of like 800 calories or whatever. How many calories should a 240-pound, 40-year-old man intake in a day on average? It's 2,400 to 2,500 calories, right? And so he was like, if you drink 4 of these, you've already reached, he warned us, he was like, if you drink 4 of these, you've already reached like 1/3 of your daily allotment of calories. And so, yeah, if you want to lose weight, you only get like 1,900 calories a day, and a soda is 140 calories, was it? Yeah, 140, 39 grams of sugar. There's no fat, protein, or dietary fiber. So 140 calories, and he was like, okay, so I'm going to drink this Coca-Cola, and then I'm going to show you the amount of work that it takes to burn off one single can of Coke. And he got on the treadmill and he started doing a presentation, like while he was on the treadmill. It was kind of funny. We're like laughing at him because he's like on the treadmill. And he's like, as you can see, and he led the class while he was riding the treadmill. And he proceeded. He was like, it's going to take me a while to burn 140 calories, and he did. And he showed us that it took him like 15 minutes. He was like, he was like full biking on the thing. And he was like, yeah, it takes me about 15 minutes to burn off a Coke. Do you guys bike this much? Do you bike for 15 minutes each day? And nobody in the class was like, yes. Like, nobody was like that. They were just like, no. And he was like, do you see? And we were like, yes, it's way harder to burn calories than it is to intake them. And the sheer amount of work it takes, and time, it takes like half an hour to 2 hours of exercise to burn off your daily calories. And I've known this all my life, and I think about it a lot. I'm like, I can't believe how much work it is actually to burn 600. So I burn, so in 5 miles, 5.16 miles, you can see the numbers right here. And I'm not on a hell journey. I don't care about this shit. I'm not trying to ride anybody or tell people to do stuff. It's just, well, I am on a weight loss journey, so I'm trying to like lose the weight. So I try to walk 5 miles a day, as I did today, and you can see that's only 684 calories to walk 5 miles in 80-degree weather in the sun and stuff. It's only 684 calories. That's like, it would be like if I drank 4 Coca-Colas, it would erase the whole 2 hours of walking. And you begin to understand, like, so I walked for 5 miles and I burned only 684 calories of my daily intake of probably, I think I'm probably around at like 1700 because I eat one meal a day. That meal is probably like 1600 calories, maybe a little more if I have a soda, 18 something, 20, but like, it's somewhere around there, like 1700. My mom's on a health journey too, so she cooks really light and really lean, and she cooks gluten-free and all this stuff, and it's not fattening food she serves me. And I'm intensely aware that walking 5 miles for 2 hours like wears me out, and it gets me suntanned, and it wears on my feet, and it causes blisters and Charlie horses and stuff. It's tough on my body, but it's good for me. And 684 calories is still only like a third of your daily income of calories. So if you wanted to get Daniel Johns skinny, or like Eugenia Cooney skinny, you would walk 15 miles a day or something like that, or I don't know, whatever it is you do. Go to the gym and get on the ellipsis machine for like 2 hours. Like it takes that kind of dedication, or like lift weights for 2 hours or something like that. And it does take so much more work to lose the calories than it does to take them in. Drinking a soda takes 5 minutes, and and it's fun, it's pleasurable, but it sets you back 200 calories. That's literally walking 1.5 miles for just a soda. And I think about the math all the time. I go walking up and down the country road for 5 miles, and I just like, well, each trip up and down the country road is like a quarter mile. So after 4 of these is a mile. So I do 20 trips up and down the country road, and it's a long country road, and I burn on the asphalt because it's sunny and hot. And it's a great experience, and it's good for my skin, it's good for my mentality, my body, and all this stuff. But it's still only, walking 5 miles is still only 1/3 of your daily caloric intake. If I wanted to look like Brad Pitt, like 20 years ago, in Fight Club or whatever, or even opposite him was Edward Norton. If I wanted to look skinny like Edward Norton in American History X in the basketball scene where he's got like a Nazi tattoo and shit, if I wanted to look skinny like that, it would take me walking 15 miles a day. I'd have to do it over 2 or 3 sessions. I'd have to do it in the morning, do it at night. It would take up 4 hours of my day or something just to reach the one single meal that I eat each day. I might have a snack at midnight, or something, a couple falafel or something, maybe some alcohol or something, right? But the sheer amount of work that it takes to erase just your daily caloric intake, and even if it is fatty foods like McDonald's or not, even if it's really lean, good, gluten-free stuff that's healthy for you to eat with good ingredients and stuff, it's still a footprint of like 1,400 to 2,400 calories or something like that. And that is literally walking like 20 miles. It is, or like biking for 4 hours, or like going to the gym for 2 hours. And and people do that every day. They go to the gym for 2 hours to try to meet their caloric intake. That's how Hollywood actresses and actors, if they, I mean, it's probably a lot of it has to do with their what's it called, their pituitary gland and their hormones, and their they talk about this with fat a lot, their metabolism, right? Their metabolism is probably really high because they churn and burn, and they're exercising a lot, and their metabolism is good. It helps move a lot of food. They can, like skinny people can often eat more food than fat people because their metabolism's faster and better because they exercise and work out. So they'll eat like a more protein based, like bigger meal of like a big double burger or something like like that, but they won't gain weight. And their fat brother or fat sister or fat mother or something would be sitting next to them, and they'll be like, I just ate the same burger. The next day I feel like I gained a pound. You look like you lost one. That's metabolism, and so I try to get the metabolism sped up, and that's the worst thing about being a gamer, is it ruins your metabolism. It's the only bad thing about gaming, I think. It's that and the pricing, how expensive it is. It's expensive to be a gamer, but it's also like, you know, but really there's not a lot of downsides to it, really. There's some psychological stuff that happens. Where am I now? Oh, I'm out of fuel, am I? How did that happen? Anyways, I don't know where I am, so probably nobody else does either. I'm on the East Coast, and I'm not that far from where I want to be. I've got to cross the river, and the helicopter is concerned. I think fording this river is actually going to be annoying. I'm going to have to do it on foot. Maybe it'll let me cross with a motorcycle. We'll see. Yeah, we're gonna have to cross the river, huh? There's not really much I can do. I can go down where it's really skinny, but that's backtracking 10 blocks, and I don't want to do that. So I will just cross the fucking river. Oh, look, it's a sandbar, I think, actually. Maybe we'll be okay. Yeah, it's a sandbar. Cool. Oh, no, I didn't cross yet. So I think about that guy on the treadmill when I was 7 years old. I was like 7 when they showed this to me, and I was a very formative age. And I began to realize that every time I eat, it's like you have to work out for 2 hours. Like that's if you don't want to get fat, if you don't want to gain weight all the time, every time that you eat, you've got to go work out for 2 fucking hours. It's like that. We were actually meant to do that. We're like, when we eat, we were meant to go out and forage nuts or like go and hunt like you know, pigs or something. And our bodies are really fast metabolism, stuff like that. So in order to burn a Big Mac meal, you have to work out for like 2 hours, or it just goes straight to your ass or your thighs. And I had to learn this. You know, it's a simple thing. It's like, oh, you eat food, you get fat. It's not that hard of a concept I'm talking about. But a lot of people, I think, I especially, did not think of it the right way until I saw that presentation, which is that like the sheer amount of work that it takes to reduce just drinking a single Pepsi is insane. It's like getting on a fucking bike for 20 minutes. That's what it takes to erase a Pepsi off of your daily caloric intake. And that's what he taught us, and it's not that deep of a thing. But most people think, oh, it's just drinking a Pepsi. You don't get fat from that. I don't get fat from that. But you do actually, especially if you don't go exercise. Now, if you exercise, your metabolism is fast and you're skinny anyways. You can probably drink a lot of soda before it ever shows. But I mean, it will show. And I think about this a lot. I'm like, this is why I'm walking 5 miles every day. I know that if I eat one meal and I drink alcohol or I have like a soda or something like that, that's the entire 5 miles that I walked. It's just gone. It's erased. And it's not like I'm losing weight. It's just that I'm not gaining weight. That's like you broke even. And so all the time in the back of my mind is this desire to just get out there and start walking for like 10 fucking miles a day and get not only the 5 miles that it takes to erase the single meal that I eat each day, but also like actually make some headway towards, like, I want to get down to 140 pounds like I was when I was like 12 years old. But I've always been like 240 pounds. It's like my normal natural weight. It's fucking annoying. Even since I was like 13, I've been like 242. Some parts of my life I had more muscle when I was younger. Other times in my life I had more fat and I didn't have any muscle. But it was just like, you know, but it's still usually 242 is where I usually fall out when I'm not like a big fat loser junkie. And like who eats too much or whatever, or not eats too much, just doesn't do anything, doesn't ever go exercise, just plays video games or whatever. And so now I think about it, I'm like, if I was smart, if I wanted to get down to 140 pounds and be the most sexy, attractive streamer that I could possibly be, and attract a female of the opposite gender or whatever, and potentially maybe, like, you know, pass on my genes like I'm supposed to or whatever. The sheer amount of work, it's insane. It's like 10 or 15 miles a day. I don't see other people doing the sheer amount of work in America. I don't see them doing it. I see it at like boardwalks and parks and stuff. You'll see people working the full caloric intake that they eat each day, and it does happen, but it's fucking rare. And it's like, I don't know. I'm not trying to say health should be this thing that everybody should freak out about. Not everybody's unhealthy. Some people can just eat and not worry about it. But I'm thinking more and more that I've just got to be out there for 5 miles in the morning, out there for 5 miles at night, only eat one meal and make sure that the calories are as low as they fucking possibly can. When I get to 140, I will trim down to like 7 miles in a single session as opposed to 2 5-mile sessions to burn 1,200 calories every single fucking day, and I still won't lose weight. If I were to walk 10 miles every day, I won't lose weight. Not really. I will get in better shape, and I will develop muscles in my calves. I already am, and doing all this stuff, but I won't lose weight. Not really. I will gain some muscle, but I will not lose weight. If I wanted to lose the weight and get down to 140 pounds, the sheer amount of work is like, you don't do your job anymore. You don't play video games anymore. You just go and walk for 2.5 hours in the morning, and then you go and walk for 2.5 hours at night. And you have like that little 6 hours in between or whatever it is, 8 hours in between, and maybe you work or do stuff. But I mean, like, that's what it would take. It would take like, I mean, it's more than that. It would be like walk 5 miles in the morning, walk 5 miles in the afternoon, and then walk 5 miles before bed. That's what it would fucking take. Like, if you get up fatter, like 300 pounds and stuff, to lose it, the sheer amount of fucking work is, frankly, it's not like this thing that I struggle with. I'm doing okay with it, actually, but it's daunting. It's like, oh my god, when you realize it, when you get back in shape, you're like, oh my god, I would have to walk like 20 miles every day to get down to my target weight, and the sheer amount of work of it is galling. It shuts you down. You're like, I could do that, or I could go have a normal life, you know? And so I'm trying to find some balance. I'm thinking I'll probably walk 7 miles a day and just try to break even at 242, which isn't that bad for a 6'3" man. It's like not that bad. It's not good, but it's not bad. It's not like go to the doctor bad. It's just like, that's overweight. 242 for a 6'3" man is overweight. It should be like 182, I think, something like that. And so maybe I can get down to 182. I'll retrieve the documents. I don't know. But I feel that, you know, the sheer amount of work, it will like hurt my stream. It will like cause my family to see me less. The amount of time that it takes, the amount of work is frankly so daunting. I fucking struggle with it. Like, I don't struggle with it. I just know that I don't want to walk 20 miles a day. I know I don't want to do that. It's not that I'm lazy. It's that it takes so much goddamn time. It takes like 5 hours. You know, you could trim it down and get in power walking shape and try to trim it down to like 4.5, 5 hours. But to walk 15 miles, it's like 4 or 5 hours. It fucking sucks. If you keep like a normal steady pace that won't like cause blisters to your feet or Charlie horses in your calves or sunburns or that kind of thing. If you keep a normal pace, like it takes like 4.5 hours, something like that, to walk 10 miles. It sucks, but it is like that. It takes fucking forever. And so I keep thinking about reaching 15 miles and actually losing the weight down to like 140 and what it's going to take. And I am daunted by it. It might actually be like a 7-mile walk in the morning and a 7-mile walk in the evening. If I really wanted to get down to like the perfect like body mass index, looks maxed down to like 141 or something like that for a 6'3" man, I'll be this tall, lanky little string of a man. But my friend Jed's like that, and he does inspire me. I wouldn't mind being like that. He gets so much trim, it's insane. That he's the most laid man I've ever encountered because he's like 140 pounds soaking wet, and that's every woman's type. Every woman's type is like a man who weighs like 140 pounds soaking wet. Like, it's just appealing to. He looks like Jack Skellington, and that is every woman's type. That's what I want to reach. I want to reach every woman's type, which is like 138 pounds, strong, muscly, in shape, skinny, thinks about their food but doesn't worry about it, etc. And I want to be like my friend Jed because he did it so well, and he's never been more than 140 pounds or something like that, and he's smaller than me. He's tall. He's like 6'1", but he's not. But he's smaller than me. He's like a quarter of my size or something like that. Half my size. He's like half my size because I'm like 250. He's like 140, something like that. And sure, he might have gained some weight in his middle age. Maybe he's 150 now or 160, but he's still not fat. And I've seen him in the last year, and I know he's not fat. And I think about going to his weight and size, and the sheer amount of work. It's like 7 miles in the morning, 7 miles in the evening. I don't know if I had that in me. In and of itself is like you wake up at 9 or 10 in the morning, and you walk until 11:30 or 1 in the afternoon, depending on when you wake up, and then you go to your work until like 8 o'clock at night, and then you walk again for like another 2.5 fucking hours. Or you do something else. You go to the gym and you really hit the ellipsis machine, which I don't want to do. I don't want to go to a gym. I've got too many fucking people that want to kill me. I don't want to go to the gym. It's a nice, easy place for some stalker to show up and shoot me in the fucking face in public or something like that. And it's not just the stream sniper. There's the man I just put in jail. There's other people who I think hate me secretly. It's just insane. And I don't know what could show up there, so I don't go there. I don't go to places where the man that I put in jail could fucking murder me. You know what I'm saying? It's just the fucking truth. My mother can't really handle it. I can. The idea is yeah, I put a man in jail. I took his freedom away for 2.5 years or more, or something like that. He is gunning for me. He's told me that he's gunning for me and that I wouldn't get away with it. And it's insane. And and there was a order of protection or whatever they call that. It's a protection order against him for 5 years, and they told me if he came within 5 miles of me, he would go to jail for a long time. And so, and all this stuff. So I feel safer now. It's been 8 years, 9 years, something like that. But I still don't like going to public places, so I don't want to sit in the gym for 2.5 hours every day, because there is at least one, if not two, if not 3 or 4 fucking people that are full-blown gunning for me. I don't know. It's at least one. I can't speak for them. I don't know them. I don't talk to them. I don't know what their states of mind are or any of that stuff. So I can't make the assumption that they do or don't want to hurt me. I just know that there's people out there that don't like me, so I don't go to public places where I could predictably be found. You know. And it's not because of the stream snipe at all. It's because I put a man in jail for murder, attempted murder, and so. That guy, I don't go to places where that guy can find me, because he is a psycho with a cell phone. He can find me if he tries. And, so... yeah, so, so I don't do stupid things like that. So the gym isn't really an option for me, and the country road is so that I can get to a weapon within 5 minutes and defend myself. That's why I do the country road, is I know that I can sprint to my house and pull, or my mother's house or a neighbor's house, and I can pull a weapon and defend myself if they were even if they were to try to come and find me in my real life and stuff. So I feel comfortable doing it here. But it's like, I don't know if you've ever been a marked man, but it's not that fun. I didn't do anything to these fucking people. I don't deserve this stupid shit. But I'm also not stupid. I don't go make crippling fucking mistakes to get me killed in public. I'm just not like that. That's how I remained a drug dealer for 5 years with no charges. I don't do stupid shit like that. I don't drive around with dope. I don't go to places where some dude can murder me. I'm just not like that. I don't do stupid shit like that. I don't make mistakes like that. And the way that I was able to not make mistakes like that, the server shut down, was not doing stupid shit like going to public places where the guy I put in jail can murder me. And so the gym's not an option for me. It is walking, and it's walking nearby so I can get to my weapon quickly, my weapons, you know what I'm saying, quickly. And I just don't, I don't do the gyms. I'm not going to do a gym. It's too public of a fucking place. I was a drug dealer in the last 10 years, and I have some past history that makes it unsafe for me to do so. It causes my mother to despair when I tell her stuff like this, but it is the goddamn truth. I mean, I hate it, but it's the fucking truth. It's just the truth. I can't make a tactical mistake like going to a gym, because I could be caught in public there, away from a weapon, and I'll just get killed. You ever been a gangster? You ever actually been a gangsta or whatever and slang crack or heroin or speed? I mean, you ever actually been a gangster? The one thing that you learn when you're a fucking gangster is you just don't do stupid shit. You don't ever make one mistake. Nas said it best: sleep is the cousin of death. And I really believe that sleep is the cousin of death. I used to stay up 6 days, something like that, in the drug game, because I just felt that if you went to sleep, somebody would rob your stash, like full blown. I still feel that way. And so it's like, yeah, like sleep is the cousin of death, and going to a public gym is fucking sleeping on this idea that, like, you know, that maybe, just maybe, the guy that you took the freedom away from, or the guy that fixated on you and is a crazy, like, you know, fucking baby reindeer type, is stalking you or whatever, can find you and hurt you. It's like stupid. And no, I'm not some celebrity. No, I'm not famous. I don't have 2 cents to rub together. I'm from the lower class. I'm not from the lower class, but I am lower class. I don't have any money. And so there's really no reason for the people to treat me like this. They just do it. They fixate. They're shitheads who belong in jail or whatever the fuck it is. So I think, like, okay, if I really wanted to get down to 140 pounds, I would have to tack on 2 more miles, and God, it's murder to get through the first 5 miles anyway. It's so boring. You have to watch like 2.5 hours of YouTube video. It's like 2 hours. It's an hour and 50 minutes to reach 5 miles for me. So here's a purifier. We are going to jump the fuck out. Warp fleet to point. He's 150 km away. Bye. Yeah, hey, I don't care if he kills the cargo container. I really don't care. I don't care. It was free. Go ahead and fuck the server and take the Bez off the market, you fucking shithead. I'm sure you will. Who was this guy? I didn't see his name, and I don't care. Just another shithead trying to shoot people who don't even have guns equipped. Just another dishonorable, honorless shithead doing PvP. Meaning bullying somebody with no guns equipped. Bullying somebody with a stream snipe. That sort of stupid ass shit. Fucking bullies. Okay, treat 2,000 calories as a starting experiment. Track your weight and your food accurately for 2 weeks. If the scale isn't moving, nudge it down by 100 calories. If you feel dizzy or dropping more than 3 pounds a week, bump it up a bit. Target range for weight loss is 1,900 to 2,000 calories a day. So, I mean, like, that's insane. That's insane. Okay, so to drop weight safely, about 1 or 2 pounds per week, you need to create a calorie deficit. Dropping 500 to 750 calories below your maintenance level is the standard sweet spot. I have a sedentary gamer job that where like yeah, it takes like 2,500 calories to keep me going. I probably eat between 1,600 and 2,400 each day with a single meal that I eat in the evening, and like between the snack that I eat at midnight and the single meal that I eat in the evening is 7 o'clock. It's, the math is not fun. It's like go out and walk. It's probably walk 5 miles twice. It's like 5 miles in the morning, 5 miles in the evening. And then I would get down to 140 pounds. And being a min-maxer from video games, you know, RPGs like World of Warcraft and stuff, I'm like, why would, last year I walked, I think it was like 330 miles or something like that. It was like it really was. It was like, you know, it was like 330. I was so happy when the end of the year came through on my Apple Watch. I was like, oh my God, I walked 330 miles this year. And this year is even more, I think. I've already clocked definitely something like 100, and I had a broken arm for the first quarter of this year. So it's like just starting back in the spring. I think I've now reached something like 100 or something like that. And I switched watches now. So I went from Apple to Samsung Watch. So now I don't know what my last year's progress was anymore. I don't have the watch anymore. But I think I'm going to start walking 10 miles a day, 5 in the morning, 5 in the evening. I think I want to strike a balance where you know what I want out of this? I think being overweight and drinking raises your blood pressure to like 150 over 110, and I've been struggling with this for months. And but I think it's only because I don't exercise enough. I haven't lost enough weight. I'm not a skinny person. I think skinny people can drink. I think they can drink. I think they can live off alcohol basically. So if and my reward for getting down to 140 pounds is I want to be able to drink every night, which is insane. I don't want to wear a CPAP machine. I don't want to, all this stuff. And so I think I will start walking probably tomorrow. It'll be a lot of wear and tear on my feet. I'll have to treat my feet better because I've just been going out with like naked without even having socks on and walking 5 miles, and it does cause blisters and stuff like that. But I'm just like, I'll power through it. But no, I probably need to get a good pair of runner socks or whatever that are a nice material, as start walking 5 miles when I wake up and 5 miles when I go to bed. And I won't have to do that forever. I'll probably have to do it like for a year. But probably by the end of the year, I'll be down to like 140 pounds or something like that, and I'll probably lose like another 100 pounds because I've already lost I was up I was up at 380. The fattest I've ever been was 386. I think that's the highest I've ever sat on a scale, was 386. And so I'm down to 258 or something like that right now. Or no, it's more than that. I think it's like 278, something like that now. Um, and so what is that? That's like I lost 100 pounds, but I still need to go for the other 100. I needed to lose 200 pounds. So just reaching that realization is part of it. Giving myself an order to just double the death marches. I view the walks as kind of like a death march because they're so boring and so long. And usually you get so sunburnt and fried, and it's hot and you're sweating in the summer and stuff. But it's nice in the summer because the sun's out. And I don't know, but I don't think 5 miles a day. I thought 5 miles a day was crazy at first, and I still did up until I think this week. But I've been thinking about, when I walk, I think about that thing I saw when I was 7 years old, where the guy drank a can of soda, so he knew that we weren't, he wasn't joshing, he was serious, and then he proceeded to really go hard on a treadmill for like 20 minutes, and he was like, "This took 22 minutes to burn off this Coca-Cola." And I was like, 22 fucking minutes? Are you fucking serious? And it did blow my mind. It blew my mind when I was 7. I was like, that's how much work it takes to work off a single can of soda. Some days I have like 6 of those. Like on a Saturday, sometimes I would have like 6 sodas between the morning and the night. I'd have like 3 in the morning and then 3 at night or something like that when I was a kid. I was like, oh my God, that is like, I'd have to ride a bike or a treadmill or something for 180 minutes. That's insane. But that's what it is. That's what it is. That's how bad American diets are. Europeans and Italians, they do exercise every day, and they often bike everywhere that they go. And they're like, and they eat really low fat, like sort of olive oil type foods. And you don't see that many fat Italians because they do their daily caloric outtake every day. They're like a workout culture. And their food is non-fat, and it's not carb rich. It's fiber rich. And I don't know what other chance I could improve. I could improve my diet, but I don't think my diet's bad. Honestly, I don't think my diet's bad. I mostly eat fruit and non-gluten stuff. I don't think my diet's very bad. I eat mostly Mediterranean food and stuff like this. It's like almost a paleo diet. It's not a bad diet. I occasionally have a burger from like Wendy's like once a month or something, but that's the worst thing that I do. And I don't even eat ice cream anymore because I felt like ice cream was shooting myself in the foot. And so I eat Greek yogurt for dessert, if I even have dessert, which I often don't. And so all this stuff is on my mind all the time. The math of reaching 140 pounds and being totally perfectly in perfect health again, which I have never done. I've never been in perfect health, not even when I was a child. When I was like 10 years old, I still was not in perfect health. I would rather play video games on my Game Boy and do nothing. I was a lazy person. So, or I was just focused. I was like focused on, I don't know if you would call it lazy because I beat thousands of games. Is that lazy? I don't know. I beat so many games on the Game Boy. I beat any game I got my hands on. So it was just like, is it truly lazy? I'm carving through video game titles. I don't know if that's truly lazy. It is to my mother, but it's still not sitting there doing nothing. It's like really, really focusing on video games. So I don't know. So I was always that one to sit there and play video games. You guys know how much I love video games. So I just sit there and I do nothing. And oh, got a duck. Did you pop this? I don't know. I went to the Bez field, did I? Yeah, I did. I have a hauler here, but it doesn't have that much room. I don't know if she has a miasmos. She doesn't. I thought I had a miasmos in this sector, but I actually don't. So let's go out and empty the cargo containers, and I'll just single container mine. This guy left me alone, or he would have come and killed me at the station. It's unsafe for him to fixate in this dangerous area. He'll probably just lose that purifier. They don't stick around in Pochmon, which I really like. It's like, in low sec, they stick around because they don't care. But in Pochmon, you're liable to get raffle stomped by a fucking 50-man fleet of Praxises or whatever the fuck they fly. I have no idea what they fly out here. And those are battleships, and they will kill you really quickly. And they will, it's happened to me, all the time 20-mans come rolling through. And so that purifier, he can't really just sit here, you know? He didn't want to travel the 200 kilometers. I don't really blame him. And he didn't want to take the Bez off the server, which I do respect. Some of these shitheads, it's about harassing me, and they'll just pop the container. And I really don't respect that. That's taking money away from the server. That's like, not only are you targeting me and harassing me, but you're also hurting the server. And at that point, why are you even playing the game? You're not a good member of the community. You're not a good member on the server. Why play the game if you're just going to damage the game, with your actions? So that's what it's like to pop a cargo container. It's kind of like damaging the entire server with your actions. Oh, there's a venture. Is he out at the... yes, he is. It's Lorna Wing and a venture. Nice. I'm not scared of a venture, but I do want my cargo container. Open this cargo container. It appears that the server admin is doing server work. Okay, go home. Right now. And you loot the container. Go home right now. We'll come back and we'll do this again. Fucking annoying, but it is 20 million, It's not like it's nothing. Yeah, I want to see more and more ventures out here, to the point where it's just accepted that a bunch of ventures are out here and they stop harassing us. That's how real communities that are strong get built, is the harassment stops and everybody becomes friends, That's how real community works. It's like humans, especially the right wing, they're shitheads and they mostly bully each other. So, but the minute that they stop bullying each other, that's when the world gets good. That's when we get stuff like the internet, I don't know, airplanes, that kind of thing, when people start working together, So I'm hoping that one day we'll just see like 15 ventures out here in every pocket, making that good money for a noob, and nobody pops them because, they know that they're just noobs trying to make money. And I'm hoping that one day the piece of shit, loser, cocksucker, honorless, fucking, dishonorable fucking community stops being that way. That's my greatest desire, is for them to just be civil people that treat each other with respect, because they're not. Right now they're foul. They mostly just do stuff to damage their own community. Okay, I'm gonna hand her like 10 million in Bez or whatever it is, 5 mil, 5 mil. Trade. Disconnected. Okay, we go back out in these ventures again and loot out that last bit of that cargo container so that they don't pop it or steal it. Let's see if that venture is just sitting pretty there. I don't know why I didn't get the buzz when that guy entered the pocket, though. That's a little weird. He was like cloaked or something weird. This guy, this purifier, it could be sitting here at the belt as I warp in, and I could lose this venture, so I'm sending one at a time. Maybe the venture sitting there is the purifier. We don't know. Probably, honestly. I don't believe in coincidence. I'm guessing this venture, he just wanted to scare me off the belt so he could freely mine without feeling paranoia. But I think the purifier is this guy that's sitting here. Maybe we're okay. If he's just sitting here in a venture, maybe we're okay. Yeah, it's safe to come here right now. Get out there. Are you approaching the container? I told you to. Let's go see if Shadowfax did something this month. Shadowfax. Yeah, 3 weeks ago he did M16A2 on staging, BDU and ballistic update, Q3 roadmap, and Russ is getting a battle pass, but is that a problem? No, he's kind of petered down a bit, and he's not doing the monthly updates as steady as he used to. Yeah, there's another guy that I go to for this news now, but I can't remember his name, so I'm just gonna move on. Oh, yeah, the initial check. I didn't finish this. Yeah, we're gonna go up under Eve, I guess. Yeah. Eve. Next. Visibility, publish, go. Good. Now close. And this one is public because it was trimmed. Very good. John Oliver got trimmed out. Russ is getting a battle pass, but is that a problem? Okay, I'm at the cargo container now, and she's in. I want you to approach and micro warp drive. Okay, leave. I don't have a Miasmos out here, huh? I do. 3 jumps away. 3 jumps away. I might go get it. Or I could just bring one out, I suppose. Yeah, I don't have a way to haul ore out here. I should bring a Poshvon Miasmos. It's a weird string of words. Yeah, I'll go get a Poshvon Miasmos, I guess. There's nothing really stopping me. She can continue to just mine out here, and while there's another venture here, hopefully whoever comes will go after that guy as opposed to me. So we'll just use him for cover. Okay, we're gonna mine, and I'm gonna align, turn off the micro warp drive, and I want you to go to the station. Align to the station. Okay, good. 7, 8, stop. Okay, hopefully... Oh, I went far away from the cargo container. I think I meant to actually loot that, so go open the container. Oops. I meant to loot that. Open cargo. Open cargo. Open cargo. Open cargo. Open cargo. Take this. Yep. And yeah. And now I want to aim at another Bez, like that Bez, and approach. And I want to turn off the micro warp drive, and I want to align to the station so I can get out fast. Will this work? Yes, it will. So good. Now we have a Bez close. And Spodomain. Bez. Oops, Bez. There we go. And now I'm aligned. I'm good. I'm going to drop this Bez, and I'm going to examine my booster clone situation. My Augs have worn, so I am due for a trip back to Jita anyways. I'm going to leave this ship, and I will bring out a Venture... I don't know, I'll bring out a Miasmos, I guess. Yeah, bring out a Miasmos. Oh, I gotta sit up my arm. It's hot in here. It's like 84 degrees. Maybe I should run my air conditioner for a couple of hours. I don't really need to. I would prefer to save the money. It's like filling your house with money fumes. Drives me crazy. I used to love having air conditioner all summer when I was a kid, when everything was sane and the prices weren't insane. This server went back up, which is good. Ooh, premium. Well, I didn't lose anything. I'll recycle first. Or I don't know. I don't know if there's recycles at this fishing village. There might not be. It's not that modded of a server. Yeah, I don't think there is a fishing village recycler here. Nope. Anyways, I am here to loot a container. You say it's east of me. Maybe it's back here somewhere. Now you say I passed it. Ah. Ah, it was the desk. Cool, let's go back. I don't know if I have my motorcycle anymore, which is sad. I had to... Oh no, I don't. I ran it into the river. Maybe I should buy a boat? I don't know. Maybe I can find a boat on the beach if I run north. I'm gonna glance and look that way. What's south? Is it a... Oh, it's a sulfur quarry. And a harbor. I love Rust. It's like every decision has a... Now what's that? Is that a bag? Maybe I did bag already, huh? Somebody else bag here already? I don't think it... Well, yeah, it's a brand new reset server. Why would there be a bag here? Maybe there wasn't. It was just some glitch of the game. I swear I saw a bag out here. Nope, I guess not. Just some trick of the eyes. Alright, I'm gonna go north and hope for a boat. I think there should always be like 2 boats that spawn around Fishing Village. Wish there was trains. I guess I'll go up under... Oops, I was trying to self-destruct. Am I full? Yeah, I'm full. This guy left. Yes, he did. I will dump it for now. Hot air balloon would work. That'd work. Get me out of here. The blocker's useless. Make me a hammer. This'll do. Maybe I can use it to find a boat. I love hot air balloons. Oh, there's an altimeter now, huh?
The Republican Party, and while it really matters because it exposes a huge problem for Trump, you really shouldn't believe him. The Iran peace deal situation keeps getting worse as nobody is agreeing on what agreements are actually being made. We've got devastating new updates on Nancy Guthrie. We're talking about all of that and even more on today's brand new Philip DeFranco show. You daily dive into the news, so buckle up, hit that like button, and let's just jump into it, starting with this. So Tucker Carlson is done with the Republican Party.
I'm out.
Good.
And if
Fuck
I'm out,
off.
then I think a lot of other people are out.
Or at least Tucker says that he's done with the Republican Party, right? But he might be right about other people. Carlson by no means is the only prominent Republican or supporter of the party to say that he's out. One of the things that you're seeing is that among everyday voters, Democrats are absolutely surging past Republicans in participation.
Yeah, it's clear the Republicans don't have any interest in us even surviving. It's easy to see it. I'm glad he's leaving, but I don't want him. I don't want him on the left. He's a Nazi.
primaries even in Republican districts. But starting with Carlson, he, along with fellow commentators like Candace Owens, Alex Jones, Nick Fuentes, Marjorie Taylor Greene, soon-to-be former Congressman Thomas Massie, they're among a group of influential right-wingers who believe that the U.S. attacked Iran essentially at the behest of Israeli Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. And while they're not all totally on the same page, they have all been accused of anti-Semitism for pushing this narrative, as well as, in some cases, peddling genuinely baseless conspiracy theories or making almost undeniably bigoted comments. But the core claim, right, that Israeli interests at least influenced American foreign policy, that isn't without any basis. Right, in the early days of the war, as the administration scrambled to come up with some sort of coherent explanation for its decision to attack, you had Secretary of State Marco Rubio just straight up saying that the decision had been motivated by the administration's knowledge that Israel planned to attack first.
We knew that there was going to be an Israeli action. We knew that that would precipitate an attack against American forces. And we knew that if we didn't preemptively go after them before they launched those attacks, we would suffer higher casualties.
Though, of course, Rubio, along with Donald Trump, they later denied that version of events, right? Despite what they said and the cameras that documented it. And now, you've got Carlson explicitly identifying Israel's influence over the administration as his main reason for breaking ties with the Republican Party.
I would not support the Republican Party. There's no chance I would support the Republican Party. I'm not going to support the Democratic Party. I don't know what I'm going to do. But at this point,
welcome to America.
You know, how could I or any American voter support a political party that's not loyal to the United States, that puts the interests of a foreign country above those of its own citizens? Like, I voted Republican my entire life. I worked at Fox News, CNN, MSNBC. I've been a consistent defender for 35 years of the Republican Party. I mean, very consistent defender. But there's no defending this because it's immoral, and it's exactly the opposite of what a
oh, crocodile tears from Crocodile. I'm so sorry. Were your little friends Nazis, and now you don't want to be friends with them anymore? I'm sorry.
Political party in a democracy is charged with doing, which is representing its own voters, its own...
This man is such a pissant fucking two-face.
...citizens, its own nation, and they're not doing that. So, no, I'm out. And if I'm out, then I think a lot of other people are out.
But then Marjorie Taylor Greene taking a break from what she calls a pull-up to respond on Twitter to say, Tucker is not the only one who's done supporting the Republican Party. Writing, there is a lot of us that are absolutely fed up and will not support a party that betrays its voters and country. But then adding, that does not mean we are turning into Democrats either. But we are done with the America Last Republican Party. But then Thomas Massie separately taking aim at the party, writing in a post, the irony of Republicans controlling all branches of government while bankrupting the country, starting a war, sending money to fraudulent programs, violating the Constitution, giving corporations immunity, but arguing that the biggest problem we have is stolen elections. So understand, not everyone's taking the same side. Are you Nick Fuentes, for example, saying that he's not convinced that Tucker's really done with the Republican Party, suggesting that Tucker would support J.D. Vance at his expected 2028 presidential bid? Then you also have the likes of Laura Loomer accusing Tucker of having, quote, an irrational hatred of Donald Trump and his foreign policy, and outing Tucker as a complete saboteur, backstabber, and jihadi sympathizer. And then finally, back in Congress, you had Republican Senator Ted Cruz launching a similar thing, writing, this has been obvious for some time. Tucker Carlson hates Trump, Republicans, Israel, Christian Zionists, you. And outing Tucker loves Qatar, the Ayatollah, anti-Semite crackpot, shirtless Putin, Sharia law. And while Cruz's statement there, it's not shocking, right? He and Tucker Carlson, they do not like each other. It still stands out because Cruz is among several Senate Republicans who have openly criticized aspects of Trump's deal with Iran. And while no one in that group's announcing the departure from the party, there is reportedly tension, with many worried that the decisions that Trump is making, they're setting up the Republican Party for failure in the midterms. And some are reportedly so fed up with him that they're trying to mitigate those potential losses, not by making better decisions, but instead by obsessing over the passage of the Save America Act, which is a bill that we've talked about that critics say would effectively disenfranchise millions of eligible voters. And with that, Trump's been invited to a lunch with Republican senators on Wednesday, and he reportedly plans to hound them on the Save America Act. But it's being said,
I made it to Outpost,
that several of those senators, they plan to tell him to just forget about it already. Though I will say, it's not really based on opposition to the bill as much as the fact that the bill just doesn't have the votes to pass. Or with Bill Cassidy, for example, who lost his primary to a Trump-backed candidate saying, I'm a co-sponsor, but it doesn't have the votes and it's time to talk about something else. So realistically, when was the last time Trump heard no and was like, oh, that means no. That means stop. And so he's been calling the senators to kill the filibuster to get the bill passed, writing in one post, anybody who doesn't want to terminate the filibuster is a fool, a very stupid one at that. The Democrats will end it within minutes of taking office, and saying the Republican Party will never win another election. But it is clear that even Trump, he appears to realize how bad.
Hey, that stuff about abolishing both parties, I think it's finally happening. They're getting aboard. Fuck both these parties. They don't represent us. They don't care if we die of poverty. They don't care. They'd rather deal with their fucking hoodlums overseas than their own people. Fucking stupid-ass fucking traitors. Suck my dick, Republicrats. Get the fuck out of my government now.
bad things look for the Republicans right now. Though also, I'll say, we now have data that suggests that it could be even worse than what we thought. Because you
Yeah, this is bad. I hope the Republican Party dies, but it won't be good if it dies. You know what I'm saying? I hope the Republican Party full-blown dies, though. What the fuck, God, Agent... Oh, hello, what's up? Startle me.
Not much. What's going on, man?
Not much. Enjoying the server. It's a good server. I'm doing a quest here, yeah.
Yeah, we just got the better loot tables active, so those should be working.
Cool. Right on. I am...
If you encounter any issues with the loot tables or anything else, just let us know. We'll adjust it.
Yeah, I've been tripping out because they added, like, blueprints to all the boxes and everything. It's nuts.
Oh, did he? Did he add blueprints to all of them? Is that what happened?
Yeah, Face Punch added blueprints as a drop now, as of this month, and I didn't know. I had to go check today.
Oh, that's why I've been seeing them. Okay. That makes
Yeah, I
sense.
wondered. I thought it might be a mod on your server, but I went to check. No, Face Punch made a big change, apparently.
Yeah, I think we took the blueprints off. I don't think it's going to create blueprints.
No blueprints. I like that.
But I guess we'll just see what happens with
Yeah. I have a quest turn in now. Okay, so now I can spawn an outpost forever. Okay, and now I believe I will build the boat. But I will need to chop tree. And I need an axe to do that. I suppose I will need to train axe. Maybe I have it already? I don't know. Let's see. Tools. No, I don't know axe, so I'll have to train down the T1 chart. And probably... Oh, I don't have enough. Okay, so make me an axe. There we go.
You've got a new analysis from the Washington Post finding that Americans have been voting for Democrats at far higher numbers in both primaries and special elections this cycle compared to previous midterm years. And they also found that voters have been casting more ballots this year than they did in 2022 in a whopping 90% of Democratic House primaries that have already taken place. With one of the biggest things being that's not just happening in solidly blue districts. That's also what's going down in solidly Republican districts where they're heavily favored to lose. And so with all this, it might actually be a very good sign for the Democrats that so many Trump-endorsed candidates have been winning their primaries in nationwide races. Right now, it's pointing to really just the far-right faction of his base mobilizing to vote, while more moderate Republicans maybe stay home. Though there, I'll warn that November, it's light years away. It'll be here faster than you expect, but still, just as far as what can happen, right, how much time there is for things and sentiment to change, that's miles. But still, you've got experts saying the signs here, they're hard to deny. Or with one voter turnout researcher and political science professor telling the Post, something would really fundamentally have to change in a way that would favor the Republicans to change the dynamics that we're seeing right now. But ultimately with this, I do need to warn, you should remain very skeptical. And I mean that both in general, as well as Tucker Carlson saying that he is done with the Republican Party. Because the way that it really seems is that Tucker actually...
No, he's not done being right-wing. He's just done with these fucking loser, corrupt-ass shithead Trumpers that ruined our fucking country in the space of a year. It's been a year, and we've lost Roe v. Wade. We lost, like... we black bag abducted a fucking, like, foreign adversary. We killed a foreign adversary, like, full-blown, like, wasted the supreme leader of Iran and all this. And it's obvious that the corrupt-ass shitheads who've sold out to Israel through the fucking lobby have taken over our fucking government and ruined our fucking country in the space of a year. So, yeah, quit the Republican Party. They're fucking traitors. But, I mean, like, there's no other right-wing entity out there, same as there's no left-wing entity out there for me. I won't vote. I mean, I'll vote Democrat if my mother wants me to, but like, but I don't, but I don't like the Democrats and I don't want to vote for them anymore. And just like him, there's no place for me to go either. I'm INR. I'm not represented. That's the phrase that I came up to describe this terrible situation that he finds himself in. It's I'm not represented, and that's not fucking good. It's obvious, and I've been saying INR since I was like 17 years old. I was like INR. I'm not represented since 9/11. I've been saying INR. I'm not represented, and that's a problem. So let's address it. We obviously need new political parties that are actually legitimized by the infrastructure. We need like 9 parties, we do. We need just 2. Like if you're a middle of the road centrist who believes in abortion rights but also believes in gun rights, there should be a fucking there should be a party for you right dead smack in the middle, right? There should be a party. It shouldn't have to be, oh, you're a leftist who, who's pro-choice but also pro-gun. And so then you don't have a political party because some fucking stupid fucking old quibble between the Democrats and the Republicans, the elephant and the gets squished between the elephant and the fucking jackass. And they have old attitudes about old stupid attitudes about shit. And it's like, I'm not represented now. And that's where the fucking Tucker Carlson finally, 25 years later, I've been saying this since 2001. These guys it took them 25 fucking years to finally get on board that the Republican and the Democrat parties are fucking dead. They've been dead since 9/11. They're dead. It's been nothing but corruption, poverty, and dying on the streets. And wars overseas. Forever wars. Chemicals, like, killing us, like, Flint, Michigan. Cities burning down, like Paradise and fucking Lahaina. Ships crashing into bridges. And all this other stupid-ass shit that's been going on. Plane crashes and problems. 25% of Americans are illiterate, and that embarrassed my parents' generation because they don't have that problem. There's no illiterate baby boomer, I don't think, but there is like a quarter of the fucking Zoomers are full-blown illiterate. They can't read. So all of this shit, it's obvious that the Democrats and the Republicans led us down some back alley and let Israel fucking sap us over the goddamn head with a fucking what do they call it, like a Garrett, right? It's fucking stupid, or like a sap. It is fucking stupid. I don't like being led down blind alleys by my friends and sold out to fucking foreign adversaries and all this stupid ass shit. It's obvious that the Republican and the Democrat Party are fucking dead. Now, I don't want the Democrat Party to die because they didn't start these forever wars. But I do want I want the Republican Party fucking dead, and I want the Democratic Party completely reformed. I don't want somebody in the presidential spot under the age of 65 ever again. It's obvious that we need sweeping reform in this country. I'm all about that reform, you know what I'm saying? In my constituency. I wouldn't mind being a progressive reform. I would never go for president, but I would love to be city council, like Leslie Knope. I would like to be on the city council, or not. Well, Leslie Knope was the Parks and Rec official, but I mean, I would like to do something like Leslie did and go and be on the city council and try to maybe improve the city and county of Denver, because I love Denver. I love Denver more than America. Oh shit! What the fuck? Oh, yeah, hi. Oh, God. I've seen the stream sniper do that to me before, so I was like, I'm being killed. Sorry.
Nah, you good. Where's the Discord voice chat if you want to hop in?
Oh, I'm sorry, buddy. I stream 14 hours a day, and the Discord is rather bad because I record. The Discord's kind of bad, so I only really do ops, mainly, unfortunately.
Nah, you good, man. No worries.
Yeah, I'm running EVE Online in the background, and I'm getting on another game here in a minute. And, and so I play 3 games at once, and so, like, often I'm not even here, is the other thing. So.
Nah, you good, man.
But I'll come in. I'll come and be social with you guys, but I don't know, like, right now, probably not so good for the stream. Sorry.
Yeah,
I need a box. Let's see, I have 195 fuel. Will that cut it? No, I have to go to Dome. Dome. Where is Dome? The Dome. Okay, so now... Now, she's in Jita. Posh von Miasmos, but first I need to jump to gotta load 76. I forgot, but I haven't done my daily yet. And there we go. And I'm trying to jump to my med clone. I don't have my med clone anymore. Why don't I have my med clone? It's because I left station with it for some fucking reason, I guess. Oh, no, I have it in. How do I have this AUG in right now? Oh, I must have just jumped? I guess I jumped, huh? Odd. Okay, well... I want to pop my genius. No, not my genius. But ooh, look, they gave me 150,000 skill points. That's not bad. Free zone booster. I want to get in and I want to pop another booster. 150,000 skill points redeemed to home station. And then, I'll go back to this page here, please. I can't see this page. There. Crucible Booster, Cradle of Honor, Standard Boost Cerebral, 4 Geniuses, which is it's so good. It's so good. So yeah, redeem that stuff to the home station. And let's see. I am trying to jump out of this clone. Get into Miasmos. Hurry up, you. Ensure the Miasmos. Good. And change skin. Okay. Leave. Okay, now I want to find some way to travel to the dome. I guess I left my hot air balloon, but I will go take the hot air balloon out of here and go to dome. Okay, so dome. Okay, take me out of here. I'll try to go south. To the 1 mark. Oh, you sent me the wrong way. Take me south, damn it. There, yes. I can see dome on the horizon. It's fucking sweet. Go into the dome. Can't seem to get the right direction. I love hot air balloon rides. I really do. Getting there. Maybe I can land on the roof. I'll try. I think I did it right. We'll see. Gotta climb again, but I need that angle, and it's hard to get. We'll see if I... Nope, I didn't do it right. I was hoping to spin the flag the other way. Now I gotta do a full revolution and really aim, and you wanna go scoop up and gently land at the top. You don't want to try and spin around the top and land on it. You want to go up and down. You don't want to go spinning around and downwards, because that takes forever and you miss. But if you can just gently float upwards on the right trajectory and then just drop out the power as you reach the center, that's a much better way to do it. If you try to spin around the top, which is what I'm going to have to do, you miss and it takes forever. See it? So I missed, and now, I don't know. Maybe I'm on a good angle here, but I'll need to let it go full circle, though. That might be good. Let it go. Go. Now I want the flag to go full the other direction. Yep, right there. You can try to float up and drop, not spin around the top and try to aim. Aiming, you don't do so well. Yep, this is almost it. Almost it. Come on. Yep, hopefully it arrests my momentum. Oh no, I might be stuck. It might fix. This might kill me too. I gotta be careful. I don't know. I suppose I could fall off dome. I might not die. I would prefer not to. It was close, but it wasn't the right attempt. I don't need to land on dome. It's just way lazier and way easier to get those boxes than to climb it. Climbing it is annoying. So if you could skip the trip of climbing it, but this, I already may have wasted more time and more fuel than I should have. Oh, I think that's it. I think I finally got it. Maybe. Oh, I don't know. You gonna land me? Land me on it. Land me on it. Come on, land me on it. Perfect. Yeah. Landed on dome, baby. Let's see what we have. I don't have any room. What the hell is that thing? Accelerated workbench upgrade. Ooh, crafting speed increases. Wow, nice. 160 scrap. That's not bad. Pipes and... Ooh, the balloon startled me. I need ladder, but I could just buy to it. I don't really need these bullets. 140 scrap and a flamethrower. Flamethrower is good because it has fuel. I don't need the flamethrower. I suppose this meat could go away, and I could take the flamethrower. This stone is worthless to me. I'll take that thing over that. Okay. Okay, so now I descend down Dome, and honestly, the balloon's better for that too. Let's just go use that for that too. I don't want to climb up and down Dome. Fuck that. I can't fit anything anyways. Yeah, I'm gonna have to drop something if I want fuel. Oh yeah, that honey grenade's no good. Zero fuel. Burn. Is that bee grenade gonna fall? It should blow if it hits the ground. It would be cool. Tick me off this thing. Free emote. Free icon. Fashnet frog icon. Free something. Free improved bait. Stuck. Are you stuck? You are stuck, huh? Burn. You're stuck? Oh. Will the flag move? No, the flag's busted. So I did actually wedge this balloon, unfortunately. I will have to ride down, which is annoying. Can you do it this way? Yeah, you can do it this way, but it'll hurt. I have bandages. Actually, that wasn't that bad. Can't fall in. Can't fall in. Must land this jump. There. Faster. That was way faster. Gonna need room for fuel and crude oil. Oops. So, yeah. I will have to leave this fleet and form a new one. Okay. Man, I haven't flown a Rupture in a long time, and I used to fly Ruptures. That's a good ship. Cheap. I wonder what it is on the market. It's 12 mil. That's fucking cheap for that. You know, what is that? That's a cruiser. Yeah, Ruptures are good. I used to love the Rupture, actually. Maybe I should take a couple Ruptures to low sec, but I'd have to train.
very much like Fuentes, they want to see the Republicans get decimated in the midterms. It's really one of the only ways that many see the party actually being able to change
I don't care about the Republicans losing. I just don't want them harming us anymore.
and get out from just Trump. They'll understand whether it be
I
these two.
don't desire their loss. I want them to stop actively working against us. And I think that means the death of their party. But, I mean, maybe it doesn't.
Really, a number.
What are we going to do without them? What are we going to do without Democrats and Republicans? Like, that's what Tucker was saying. Is he was like, I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know what I'm going to do either. And I haven't known for 27 years, since 2001 or whatever, 25 years. Like, you know, I've been INR since 2001 when both Republicrats fucking, you know, when the Republicrats fucking traitored us with 9/11 and the Patriot Act. I was like, no, I don't want you to build the world into a prison. I don't want you building 55,000 drug prisons. I don't want you getting in forever wars. I don't like your drug prices. I don't like your inflation. I don't like your filibuster. I don't like your leadership. I don't like your child molestation. It just goes on. I don't think the parties have anything redeemable. But what the fuck are we going to do without them? You know, I don't have a solution to that, so that's why I don't pray for their downfall. I say I would like to see the abolishment of the Republican Party, but I mean, like, but I don't desire it. I just, you know, I guess I do desire it, but I don't wish them to feel pain or suffering or have a bad time. I don't want them to go to war or get pissed at us or whatever. What the fuck was that? What? Okay. Does this guy have guns? It's a Legion. Alright, we're aligning. We're gonna try and do this. Bye! 4 peeps. And you couldn't do it. Sorry! 4 peeps and you couldn't do it. Nice 4v1 against somebody with no guns equipped, honorless. Nice failed 4v1 against somebody with no guns equipped, honorless. Nice try.
Of these characters, they're also doing this because they want to be closer to power with whoever is next. Because if you don't think Tucker will run as like a real Republican or support a real or a different or an outsider, blah, 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 whether it be JD Vance, however they try to move his image, or someone else, you're crazy. But it will be very interesting over the coming months and even, you know, the next few years to see how effective it is. How much of the, you know, right-wing pushback against Trump is kind of just an online thing versus, you know, real-world voting impacts. Because I really don't believe that is something that's been showcased in the primaries. Because those general elections, they bring in way more people, and it brings in people that usually don't fuck with politics, at least at like a midterm, really care about local elections and primaries level. But then also I'll say, you know, there is another question out there that's not just, you know, Republicans or Democrats, right? If we're seeing the swing from right to left or somewhere in the middle, we're also seeing a swing from moderate Dems to progressive Dems. And one of the ways it's playing out today is with Democratic primaries in 3 states. You've got Utah, Maryland, and New York, where you have different wings of the party struggling for control over the future. And understandably, a lot of eyes are on New York, right? The races there are being treated as a test of Mayor Zoran Mamdani's political clout. He endorsed 3 candidates, he spoke at a rally for them over the weekend, and even ran an ad for them during the Knicks playoff games. You've got Claire Valdez in the 7th district, Daria Eliza Avila Chevalier in the 13th, and Brad Lander in the 10th. And that 10th district, it really stands out because it has become extraordinarily heated. You might remember Lander from the mayoral race last year. He's a progressive. He and Mamdani cross-endorsed each other. Well, now you got him running for Congress, going up against 2-term incumbent Dan Goldman, who's estimated to be one of the wealthiest members of the House. And their district, which covers part of Brooklyn and Lower Manhattan, is one of the most progressive and most Jewish districts in the country. So it's really not that surprising that one of the biggest issues, if not the biggest issue in that race, is Israel. And you've got Lander and Goldman kind of reflecting the tense divide within New York's Jewish community as a whole. Right? Both are Democrats, both are Jewish, both call themselves liberal Zionists, and that is where the similarities end. Right? Goldman's endorsed by the pro-Israel governor Kathy Hochul. Lander's endorsed by the anti-Israel Mayor Zohar Mamdani. Lander has called the war in Gaza a genocide. Goldman hasn't.
Oh, good. There was a California library shooting that killed 2 people. Oh, good.
this way today. Okay, I don't know what he's saying, like... You have to stay behind the yellow line. Yeah.
Oh my god, that guy's got a shotgun.
Okay, everybody just stay here. Oh my
Wow.
god, 17 on Rita base.
Live shooter, look at him, look at that big chime on.
Situation here at the library. I think I'm able
That guy's
to
a
go
good
now.
shit.
There's about 10 cop cars and guns drawn somewhere towards the library. I'm gonna go ahead and go if I can.
Imagine this being your job and wanting to do this. Deal with some mass shooter guy. They don't look like they're truly qualified to do it. I'm sorry, I'm a police hater. You can see it. They've just done too much shitty shit to me. So, I think I'm ready to go take a look, but I don't have any tarp, and tarp is a problem. I need a... I don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't know where I'm gonna get tarp at. That's gonna be hard. I'll have to buy it from the bandit camp. Yeah, and so I guess that's my next trip. And I can't take the hot air balloon because it wedged. I'm at Dome. I'm not that far from bandit camp, which is good. I guess I'll go north, yeah. And just go to bandit camp and I'll buy... Think about that. Yeah, I'll buy 10 planters with this 400 scrap and I'll recycle. I need gears. Oh no, I have 14 gears. That's good enough for engines, actually. Don't have a lot of metal frags. That'll be a problem. I'll have to do some farming. I don't have any room because I don't have a base, so that's got to be the first thing I address, really.
Oh, they got him.
That's a trip. Well, they got him. That's good.
Landers called the treatment of Palestinians apartheid. Goldman balks at even calling the situation in the West Bank an occupation. Lander opposes U.S. aid to Israel. Goldman supports it, though he has voted to reject additional aid since 2024. Lander spent May 31st canvassing with Jews for racial and economic justice. Goldman spent it marching in the Israel Day parade alongside other Democrats and far-right Israeli officials. Also, Lander, he's sworn off any ties to AIPAC, though Goldman has accepted their endorsement, though he hasn't taken direct funding from them. But direct is the key word there because he does accept money from individuals funneled to him from AIPAC's website. Also, he has accepted direct funding from the group in past campaigns, and he actually even met his wife at an AIPAC event, which then, speaking of his wife, she doubles as his campaign treasurer, and she fell into the spotlight after progressive groups dug up right-wing tweets that she liked following October 7th. Or like this post from End Wokeness with a photo of people holding a Jews for Palestine sign, captioned chickens for KFC. Or like the account God Bless Donald Trump, praising the author of the case for Trump, arguing that the US should revoke visas and ban travel from Palestinians. Or this one from Matt Walsh, accusing Black Lives Matter of supporting Hamas and calling BLM a terrorist terrorist organization. And with that, you had some kind of comparing that
BLM
social
is
media
not a
scandal to what
terrorist
happened with
organization.
Mamdani. Because his wife liked posts in the wake of October 7th that many considered anti-Semitic or pro-Hamas. And actually, just like Mamdani's response, Goldman distanced himself from his wife's social media activities, saying that they don't always share the same views and she doesn't represent it. But still, the Israel issue has stuck to him. With Lander taking the lead in what little polling there's been, and the two of them sparring over it in a debate recently.
I believe that Israel's destruction of Gaza is a genocide.
I think what is important is for us to focus less on this terminology, legal terms that have very, very specific definitions, and focus on our path forward.
Somewhere between 45 and 50,000 Palestinians in Gaza were killed, a majority women and children, during the Biden administration.
I was urging President Biden to put more restrictions on Israel.
When we say never again, it's got to mean never again to anyone, not just never again to us.
I talked to the voters in the district. They're not talking about Israel. They're trying to figure out whether their Section 8 funding is going to be saved.
I have never taken AIPAC money. I never will take AIPAC money. Representative Goldman is endorsed by them.
I do think that AIPAC has some real problems and is harmful in many ways. But they are an organization that I coordinate, that I discuss things with.
And so things were already pretty heated by the time that Goldman took his 7-year-old daughter into a coffee shop in Brooklyn on Sunday. But then in the eyes of many, it boiled over, because just hours after he left, the cafe chain Poetica Coffee, they posted a photo of him in the shop with the caption, "Hey Congressman Dan Goldman, we see that you stopped by our shop today for a coffee. Do you see how it doesn't taste like genocide juice, or are you still having a hard time telling the difference? See, here at Poetica, we don't serve racists, fascists, homophobes, genocide enablers, or anyone in between."
Damn, it's another leftist.
Too bad we didn't recognize you right away, or we would have turned you away. And saying, "We issued you a refund, we don't need your money, it's probably coming from AIPAC anyways. Enjoy your loss on Tuesday, don't ever come to Poetica."
Don't ever come to Poetica.
Response, Goldman was like, "I just was there so my daughter could use the bathroom. I bought a coffee out of gratitude. The barista was super nice. I gave her a big tip."
But you're still a Nazi, so don't ever the fuck come back. Don't come back, Nazi. This is how much we hate you. It seems to be blowing your fucking mind. I don't know why. We really don't like you, you know? We don't want you to even come in our businesses. We don't like you. It's intolerance of the right wing. It sucks, but I mean, it's real. And it's, yeah, not good. You're gonna kill me. You're gonna kill me. You're gonna kill me. Don't kill me, I'm gonna wait.
Where is this coming from?
The idea of accusing someone who you don't know,
don't come to Poetica,
of, supporting a genocide. I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy. Now, I may disagree as to whether or not there's a genocide, but come on, we're better than this. Simply because I support the existence of Israel as a Jewish state, as the only Jewish state, does not by any means mean that I support everything that government does. And in fact, I do not.
With his campaign also telling the New York Times that, ironically, his volunteers have launched canvases from Poetica's shops, and his staff members have worked from there too. He then also had right-wing outlets like the New York Post and the Washington Free Beacon picking up the story, pointing out that Poetica's website claims to promote radical hospitality, where the door is open to everyone. And from there, it wasn't too long until Trump's people got involved, or with his assistant attorney general, Harmeet Dillon, who heads the civil rights division, announcing on Twitter, federal law prohibits public accommodations such as coffee shops from discriminating against patrons based on their race, religion, or national origin. Saying,
but this isn't race, religion, or national origin. It's anti-fascist.
these actions are not only reprehensible, they're potentially illegal. And adding the Civil Rights Division has opened an investigation and will bring an enforcement action if warranted.
In a coffee shop? Oh my God, the Poetica coffee shop. I love you.
But with that, funny enough, you had Goldman saying that was a bit excessive.
I would rather they spend their time and resources investigating anti-Semitism against people who do not have a platform that I do.
But also among the reactions, you had people online kind of less restrained, flooding Poetica's Facebook page with negative reviews, calling it horrible, terrible, filthy. One person claiming the coffee tastes like globalized intifada. Others saying allow Jews to get your coffee and maybe, just maybe, you'll get your reputation back. Others saying a perfect example of why we need to stop the spread of Islam. And then, and actually another—
What?
Another twist, even Lander came out against Poetica, though not for anything that was really connected to the comments that we just saw, but rather because he disagreed with their decision to ban Goldman from its shops, saying there are plenty of ways to lobby elected officials and express outrage at the votes they've taken without turning coffee shops into places people don't feel welcome. He's adding, I'm glad Poetica took down their post, and I thought Representative Goldman's reply was extremely gracious. You know, based on however the votes go tonight, this whole story is then going to take on a whole other life as far as whatever narrative's next. But in the meantime, whether it's this or anything from that Tucker Carlson situation, I would love to know your thoughts in those comments down below. And then there's actually so much more we gotta dive into in just a minute, but first let me thank a sponsor and say, you know, the older I get, the more I realize that most people do not have a motivation problem, they have a decision-making problem. Too many options, too much noise, not enough clarity. And if that sounds familiar, you need to check out today's sponsor, Strawberry.me. Because the reality is, even the most successful people in the world, they don't figure things out alone. They have mentors, coaches, people in their corner, helping them cut through the noise and actually move forward. A lot of people know that they are capable of more, they just don't know where to start. And that's exactly what Strawberry.me helps with. I mean, genuinely, I was skeptical about career coaching at first, but having someone objective focus specifically on your situation, it can be a huge shift. It starts with clarity, figuring out what you actually want instead of what you think you're supposed to want. Then you identify the blind spots and the obstacles that are hard to see when you're the one standing inside of the frame, unable to see the whole picture. And then finally, you build a real plan that's attainable. And whether it's a promotion, a new job, just more direction, or a full career pivot, having a dedicated coach changes things. So hey, scan that QR code on the screen or go to strawberry.me/DeFranco to get 50% off your first session. That's strawberry.me/DeFranco. You'll love it. But then diving right back into the news, we've got a wild one. Because you've got a pro-life MAGA congresswoman doing an interview saying that pregnancy complications nearly killed her, and then asked the reporter not to air it. With this whole controversy surrounding Florida Representative Kat Cammack, right, who also
pro-lifer got an abortion because she was going to die. I kept wondering how long it would take for that to happen.
co-chairs the Congressional Pro-Life Caucus and has supported legislation restricting abortion. And while she does support exceptions for cases of rape, incest, and if the mother's life is in danger, a lot of the laws, they don't do enough to actually protect women in those scenarios. And this week, while she was on the Tara Palmieri show, she discussed having a life-threatening ectopic pregnancy herself back in 2024 when she was 5 weeks along with no heartbeat found. And notably, it happened shortly after Florida's 6-week abortion ban took effect. And she says that she was given two options: either a surgery where she would risk losing her uterus, or take a shot of a cancer drug which would stop the embryo from growing. But when she was then taken to the emergency room for the shot, she said that the doctors hesitated.
And I'm like, oh boy. And that started me down a path of really understanding how broken, one, the system is, and two, how politics has really, really endangered a lot of women's lives. The nurse who was taking care of us, she was, very...
Here's another thing about the Republicrats. They don't treat women well. They constantly set Roe v. Wade back. They do not honor women's right to choose about the autonomy of their own bodies, our bodies ourselves, and that sort of thing. And it's disgusting. It's fucking disgusting. It's one of my major complaints with them. How they treat women, how they treat trans, how they treat, entire groups of people is disgusting. Both sides.
And she said, listen, there's going to be a bit of a delay. There's some stuff that admin has to figure out. And I said, what's going on? And she said, well, according to the law, if we give you a shot of methotrexate, we are going to be held liable. And the doctor is very concerned.
With the nurse apparently pointing to an ad on her phone that said that any healthcare worker who helps a patient with a miscarriage or ectopic pregnancy could go to jail. And you had Cammack claiming that the ad was made by pro-abortion groups to create fears about Florida's abortion law. And she said she tried to read the law itself to the nurses to prove that she could get care, but...
And they said, we understand, but we've got to do some checking before we...
It could be like, will we be prosecuted for murder? I would be scared of it too. I'd be like, I'm not catching a murder charge, no.
Do anything. And I'm like, if I bleed out, like how long? I asked my husband, like, please Google, how long does it take to die if you have internal bleeding? It was very clear in that moment that whether you're pro-life or you're pro-choice,
it's not good for women. It's not good.
The politics.
It's not good for women. No.
Around this issue are hurting women.
With a really, placing the blame on the politics around the law for the confusion in her care, not the law itself. And you also had her at one point kind of rejecting the idea that pregnancy is unsafe in Florida.
I will say, after hearing your story, it would terrify me to have a child in Florida. I hate to say it.
It shouldn't. It shouldn't.
But the thing is, many have noted that parts of Florida's law are vague. Right? Regulators in the state say that ectopic pregnancies are exempt from restrictions and don't count as abortions, but the law also didn't define what an ectopic pregnancy is. So doctors don't have clear guidance on where they can intervene. And when the penalty for something where you're unsure is an end to your career and felony charges, they're not trying to be political when they navigate these gray areas.
They're trying to not catch a fucking felony charge and go to jail, which is the death of your career, the death of your freedom. It's a big deal, so I'm going to resist. I'm going to be like, I don't know, not until I'm sure.
Professionals that are trying to protect themselves. But also with this, what you had was Kamac's situation.
Damn it, 90% more, which is so annoying. I need, I don't know, 7. Alright. Well, at least I have some scrap left. I need to begin working on getting a workbench, which is a thing. I'm going to take a green card to Harbor. I guess I'll build my ship at Harbor, since that seems to be the closest thing at the ocean. I don't have transportation, which sucks. I could buy a mini heli. But I don't know, the fuel is the thing. I'll end up burning 200 fuel doing that, and I kind of need this 600 fuel to produce the ship. This isn't enough fuel. I might as well kind of go back to Dome, frankly, because 600 fuel is not enough. I need like 2,000 something. I'll build the ship and I'll live in Fishing Village. And I'll run the road and I'll get fuel that way. Kill animals. I like that I don't have to worry. It's good, you know? I don't have to worry on this server. I don't need a flamethrower. I'll take the fuel. Tarp is kind of annoying.
And only making her more steadfast in her pro-birth beliefs.
Protecting life is the realest issue for me. I think that situation and the birth of my daughter definitely has made me more of an advocate for life.
Now with all this, you know, while I understand that it is blowing up now, it should be noted that this is not actually the first time she's told this story. Or she actually told it to the Wall Street Journal a year ago, and again, not blaming the Florida law, but instead left-wing rhetoric about it. You ever saying that after telling the story, she and her family faced threats. And so after speaking with Tara Palmieri, Kamak asked her not to air that part of the conversation, or with it being around 20 minutes out of an hour-long interview, and Kamak didn't ask to cut it until after it happened. And so put Palmieri into this kind of journalistic pickle.
She said she feared renewed backlash and concerns for her family's safety. She has discussed this experience, though, publicly before, and the interview was conducted on the record without any conditions on the topics we could discuss. I thought really carefully about her request. As a journalist, I often deal...
Yeah, it's like, well, this person doesn't want this out, and do I bone them by doing it? Because shouldn't there be consent? There should always be consent for journalism. It should, because journalism's like sex. There should always be consent. If the person doesn't want the stuff going to the market, then it shouldn't go to market.
with sensitive subjects, and I take it very seriously to protect vulnerable sources when appropriate. But Congressman Kamek is a public official discussing a matter that relates directly to one of the most consequential policy debates in the country.
So she ultimately decided that their conversation was in the public interest and opted to air it in full despite Kamek's request. And so now what you're saying is that this story has kind of two sets of backlash. One around Kamek and her pro-birth beliefs, and one around the journalistic ethics of airing this conversation. And when it comes to Kamek, some wrote she almost died and still can't see that her politics are deadly, as well as her party has terrorized women across this country, she is complicit, and how many other forced birther electeds have similar stories? Or with many saying she's essentially one of these people that says every abortion is immoral, but my own. So there, you had Kamek saying that the procedure she had is not considered an abortion. You then also had people out there defending Palmieri's choice to air the story, saying she was on the record and it's not Tara's fault. Kamek has to hide her real story from Republican colleagues who keep supporting laws that endanger women.
It's not her fault the right wing's insane.
And then you had a representative from Pennsylvania calling it a powerful interview. But then you also have people out there that are slamming her, accusing Palmieri of exploiting a woman's most difficult and heartbreaking moments, saying conservative lawmakers should not even go on these kinds of shows and that journalists can't be trusted. Though again, Palmieri defended her choice to air it, writing it wasn't new information, she had spoken publicly about it, there were news stories, but hearing her tell the story herself moved me. And adding what struck me most was that we came away from the same story with very different conclusions. Kamek believes the problem was misinformation. In her view, activists and advocacy groups had created fear where none should have existed. And adding, I saw a law that created the conditions for that fear to flourish. Because if the law was so clear, why was there confusion at all? And then with all this, one of the things that's interesting to me is I don't know if this story really would have gone anywhere if it just went out with no request to remove that segment. Because now there's so much commentary around it, there's debate around it, you're getting clips everywhere. But like the interview itself on YouTube, it has 7.6 thousand views. And so one of the biggest things that stands out to me isn't just, the morality debate and hypocrisy debate that's happening, but again, the Streisand effect. But then also, while, we're talking about abortion controversies, it's not just controversies like that that are making headlines right now, because you now also have the news that local governments are digging around in your poop for signs of drug use. So I guess maybe not your poop specifically, but the collective poop of your neighborhood. And actually to explain, let's start in Tempe, Arizona, because that's where you have the local government using wastewater-based epidemiology, or the process of monitoring health indicators through sewage to detect drug use in their community. It's actually a process that's similar to the methods that they use to track the spread of COVID or other infectious diseases. Tempe city workers, they regularly go to 11 different sewage monitoring sheds, they grab samples of the city's wastewater, and then they take those samples to a municipal lab where chemists check for traces of dangerous drugs. And so the idea is to catch exactly when drugs start infiltrating neighborhoods. When you know, you can then start to inform people and put emergency services on alert and hopefully lower overdoses. And this isn't something that's unique to Tempe. In fact, they're just one of a growing number of local governments.
That's a fascinating idea.
Governments and even schools testing like this. Or we've seen tests in New Orleans during events like Mardi Gras and the Super Bowl, and at truck stops in Kentucky, and even at high schools in Missouri and New Mexico. In fact, legislators in 5 states have proposed bills to fund this type of testing. And it's really only expected to grow from here, especially after you had the White House's Office of National Drug Control Policy giving it a huge thumbs up last month, saying it has great potential to show illegal drug use and trafficking across the country in real time. And this isn't just, Team Trump BS. There is actual proof that this works. Right? For example, when xylazine, a veterinary sedative, started showing up in Tempe wastewater, first responders got training in how to treat those overdoses. Also in Missouri, right, they did a testing of 37 high schools, and in 26 of them, they found a new class of synthetic opioids called nitazines. And it led to those schools making overdose reversal medication available, bringing in local
They test the poop?
law enforcement to inform the community and
But there's no consent.
educating their students about nitazines specifically. Right? And you also have examples like when opioids and stimulants, they popped up in Laredo, Texas's wastewater. The public health department set up a knock and talk program where workers canvassed high-risk neighborhoods to hand out leaflets about emergency and support services. Some places are even testing for overdose reversal or drug addiction treatment to see how widely those are being used. But still, even with results like that, not everyone's on board, and there is a lot of concern. With the big thing being privacy. And so when Tempe, they introduced their testing programs, you had residents pretty anxious about it. With the Tempe city manager, for example, saying people ask questions like,
all this stupid shit. I don't care if people do drugs, by the way.
why does the government feel a need to test my poop? And what else are you looking at while you're there? But then also, another major concern about this kind of testing is the conclusions that it could draw. Specifically, that the results could stigmatize certain neighborhoods. And in Tempe, the city responded to those concerns by committing to sampling across the city's entire 40 square miles and only from areas with a population of more than 3,000, which has actually proven to be an important step in getting the whole picture, with Tempe's city manager saying it was not just in alleys where the homeless were. It was in affluent neighborhoods where people would probably be hesitant to call 911 because they don't want the fire engine showing up on their street. And you also have the city promising to be transparent with the results and post them publicly and immediately. Though I will say at least that part does not seem to be universal. Where with the Tennessee investigators who have been testing wastewater across the state for drugs for nearly a year, not making any of their findings public yet. And so overall, you could kind of say this is interesting shit. Hate myself for that one. But while we wait to see what happens there, we then have to talk about other interesting shit, and that is the situation in Iran. Because Iranian officials have basically contradicted every major victory that the Trump administration has claimed and
God, the frames are so good now. They did something to optimize. The frames are great. Oh, free tarps, and I didn't have to break those sails at all. I wasted like half an hour. I'm learning. Just go farm. Yeah, look at every fucking barrel drops tarps. Fucking dumb. I need those gears. 8 gears, that's good, because I can make engines. Ooh, laptops, lots of them. I don't want the Panther chunking me again. I sure could use 9 laptops. Yep, absolutely. And what now? I'm going north? I guess I am going north, yeah. Ooh, I kind of want to drop. That hurt. But not that bad. Oh, that's not good. That sounds like he's close. Run to the water. Go, go. I think that was a tiger. This is kind of this water's kind of shallow. I don't know. It's fine, I guess. So, oh, I know. I have to put down a workbench because I don't have shipbuilding gear, and I'm out of room. I'll need to put down like a box, I guess. Bisvert. Yeah, throw down like this, and I'll make it a bisvert. And I will make a temporary base right here. Can't be placed in water. Okay, missile storage tank. Sulfur. Okay, I need wood and fuel and metal and gears and tarp. More wood. Might need more wood than this. I don't know though. Maybe the chainsaw. Think that's everything. Maybe a ladder. A ladder might be pretty good. Think about this. Yeah, maybe a ladder might be better to jump up. I don't know. I don't really know. No. I don't really... Well, yeah, I do need to get up. I'll make a frame and I'll attach a ladder to it. Or I'll just put a ladder on the back. I don't really care. But the ladder is helpful. What am I missing? I guess... stone. I should have stopped to hit a stone node, and I don't know... the BP for pickaxe, and I need that, so I'm going to buy down. What do you mean? There, buy down to that and that. I'll have to buy down to all of that. Very good. All the boat stuff. I don't have a T2. Oh no, that's not all the boat stuff. And then I don't have a T2, so I don't know. That's going to be a bridge I'll have to cross. But anyways, I'm going to make a smaller base this time. And compact is, well, not smaller, but yeah, well, yeah, smaller. And compact is the way to go, I think, and I'm learning. So type in boat, and I want that. 10 of these. 2 of these. An anchor. Maybe a cannon. I could maybe do a cannon, maybe. I don't think so. I'm not going to have the room. Oh, yeah, to fit 10 sails, I think I actually need to do a 3x2. Yeah. Been doing 4x2s or whatever, but I don't think so. I don't know. I don't think it matters. I'll take a steering wheel and a boat plan, 2 of them. No, wait, I already have one. I think that's everything I need. I believe I've got like 2 minutes of crafting to do, so I'm gonna go piss and listen to this video. I'll be right back. Oh, it's probably safe for me to leave. I just don't know where I'm going. I'm done with Fallout right now. If I'm gonna play Rust, I don't need to play 76. I'm gonna log. It's free, and I like that. It never costs me any money, so I don't have to keep it open if I don't want to. And so... ten sails. Why don't they stack? This is going to fill my inventory. I'll make another workbench is going to be necessary. And an engineering bench. I forget that lanterns exist. That's kind of cool. Oh, I also got shelves. I bought the jungle update for the shelves and stuff. Don't I have shelves? Shelves. Where is that? I bought shelves, didn't I? I did. I bought like the tiki shelves or whatever they are. Aren't they called like tiki something or another? I don't know. Shelf. No, I don't know. Yeah, well, yeah, I should have access to. I thought I bought the pack, but maybe I didn't buy the pack with the shelves. I don't know. Anyways, I'll be right back. Gotta go piss and mix a drink. It's 5:40. Hello, the sissy. How are we? Yeah, I'm just gonna come visit you for just a second. My beautiful sissy, I love you so much. You want your dinner right now, huh? Nope, I'm gonna make you wait an hour. I'm sorry. I know, I know. I'm just a dick. I'm sorry. You're gonna have to wait. You don't get dinner on your terms, kitty. It's my terms. Okay, I'm sorry about that. Had to pee and mix a drink. Okay, let's get back to it.
Ongoing peace talks. And it's just impossible to know who to believe because the administration has lied so much up to this point. For many, they've become just as unreliable as a notorious authoritarian regime. And so one of the things, for example, while speaking to reporters yesterday in Switzerland, where the talks are currently underway, you had Vice President J.D. Vance announcing that Iran had agreed to allow international inspections of their nuclear facilities.
And this is probably what we're most excited about as Americans. The Iranians have agreed to invite IAEA inspectors back into their country. That is a major milestone for the American people and the first step in permanently denuclearizing or permanently ending a nuclear weapons program in Iran. And that's exactly what we wanted to do. That's exactly what we asked to happen.
But then, among other pushback, you had people quickly pointing out that this new concession that Vance is painting as America's new crowning achievement, it's actually something that we already had under Obama's nuclear deal.
For decades, inspectors will have access to Iran's entire nuclear supply chain, from the uranium mines and mills where they get raw materials, to the centrifuge production facilities where they make machines to enrich it. And under the terms of the deal, inspectors will have the permanent ability to inspect any suspicious sites in Iran.
Right, Iran was literally already subject to regular inspections and had actively agreed to stronger monitoring. But Trump, he famously threw that away and has repeatedly condemned it as being too weak. And while for a while, Iran did still allow inspections of some of its sites after Trump tore up the deal, since Trump and Israel started bombing Iran last June, they've banned inspectors from visiting the facilities that have been targeted in the ongoing attacks. And so basically, this would be Trump reinstating a key element of the Obama deal that he tore up, and then trying to gaslight you into being excited about this massive achievement that he allegedly succeeded in securing. And I say allegedly because one of the other things is that top Iranian officials have already refuted that announcement, saying they never agreed to the nuclear inspections. In fact, one official even told the state-run media outlet that Iran didn't negotiate on its nuclear program at all during the talks with Vance. So then with that this morning, you had Trump taking a swing, writing on Truth Social. Despite their protestations and false statements to the contrary, coupled with the drumbeat of the fake news, which is doing everything possible to make the U.S. victory as small and insignificant as possible, Iran has fully and completely agreed to highest level nuclear inspections long into the future. Infinity! And adding, if they did not agree to this, there would be no further negotiations. Though notably here, we did see the director of the UN's International Atomic Energy Agency saying in an interview that his agency will be inspecting Iran's enrichment facilities. But it's also unclear where he got that information because Iranian officials, they've denied having any meetings with the agency director. But then that's also not the only place that Iranian administration officials have contradicted each other. Or just yesterday, Trump's Treasury Secretary announced on Twitter that the administration was temporarily lifting oil sanctions against Iran for the next 60 days, saying that the decision was the result of ongoing productive talks. And I just really need you to know how absolutely enormous that move is. It's why you have some outlets describing it as the most sweeping rollback of American oil sanctions against Iran since the 1979 Islamic Revolution. This is a massive reversal of decades-long policy that's aimed at undermining Iran's economy. And this decision, it will bring huge economic benefits to Iran. You've got experts saying that the temporary lifting of sanctions, it could unlock around 67 million barrels of Iranian crude, netting the regime as much as $8 or $9 billion. And that's by no means the only area that the Iranian regime stands to profit. You also had Iranian officials claiming that they had made progress in their push to get the U.S. to unfreeze $24 billion in frozen assets. Or with Iran's central bank governor telling an Iranian news agency that the necessary memorandums were signed during the first day of talks. And that was also echoed by Iran's top negotiator, who said that Iran had reached an agreement to release $12 billion in frozen funds. So you didn't have U.S. officials officially confirming the release, and Vance has said that if the assets are unfrozen, Iran would have to spend them on U.S. agricultural goods such as soy and wheat. But today, Iran's ambassador to the UN told reporters that they had not agreed to those terms and that Iran alone would get to decide how to use its unfrozen funds, saying Iran is the only country to decide what to do with its assets, which are going to be defrozen. And so I reject any claim about that if there would be any role for any other country to have an influence on the decisions or on those processes. But you also had Trump himself appearing to contradict that, writing the money and or sanctions that the U.S. Treasury is releasing goes into escrow, controlled by the USA, and will be used for the purchase of food and medical supplies exclusively from the United States, including corn, wheat, and soybeans from our great American farmers. And then also beyond that, there's been contradictory accounts of what is going on with the Strait of Hormuz. And that's including from within the Trump administration itself. Right in the same post, Trump said that because Iran agreed to nuclear inspections and other major concessions, he has agreed to allow the Hormuz Strait to remain open with no further naval blockade. Though he also added that all ships are remaining in place should it be necessary to reinstitute the blockade, which he said was highly unlikely. But then, minutes later, he claimed that 19 million barrels of oil flowed out of the Hormuz Strait yesterday, an all-time record. And so, there are a few things we have to unpack. First of all, Trump had already agreed to end his blockade on the Strait before negotiations officially kicked off, which was a crucial part of even starting the talks. So this effort to kind of paint this as a reward that he's giving Iran for making concessions to him, that appears to be total bullshit, especially because you have Iran denying that it even agreed to nuclear inspections. There's also, I'll say, zero evidence right now for Trump's claim that 19 million barrels of oil flowed out of the Strait yesterday. And it's also difficult to see how that would even be possible if ships are, quote, remaining in place, as he stated in the earlier post. In fact, we've seen reports that just 109 vessels passed through the Strait between Saturday and Monday. That's a fraction of the more than 130 that transited the waterway every day before the war. And well, yeah, that is a significant number after months of blockades. It seems physically impossible that it could have broken any kind of record. Beyond that, while Trump's kind of painted the reopening of the Strait as a major win that he secured, Iranian officials, they've used it to reassert their own sovereignty, or with Iran's chief negotiator seemingly contradicting Trump entirely, telling state media overnight that the waterway will never return to its pre-war conditions and will be administered by the Islamic Republic of Iran in accordance with international law. And today, you had both Oman and Iran emphasizing their claims to sovereignty over the Strait in a joint statement where they also raised the possibility of charging fees for passage. Now, a big thing with that is that charging tolls for passage, that would violate international law. Then also, despite that, you've also seen Trump threatening to do the same if a peace deal with Iran isn't reached within the 60-day deadline. And then you also had Secretary of State Marco Rubio seemingly contradicting both Iranian officials and Trump himself, with him telling reporters no country is allowed to charge tolls or fees on an international waterway. And so with so many things being contradicted, so many conflicting claims, you've got so many people just going, what the hell is going on? How are we going to lock down a serious deal with unserious people? Arguing that like everything with this pointless war of choice, they can't seem to get their story straight and their goals, it's just a moving target. And that's also something you've seen commentators like Jon Stewart hitting on his show last night.
I guess the theory is, why trade smaller concessions with Iran for peace when we could instead lose a war with them and make bigger concessions? Well, I hope you learned your lesson, Iran. There's plenty more concessions where that came from. You mouth off again, and you're getting Greenland. All right, but that's fine. Let's just make the best of it.
But also understand, it's not just people on the left who've slammed the administration. You also have people like Ben Shapiro digging it.
Also, by the way, we have now released openly billions of dollars in oil money to go to the Iranians in frozen funds. So things are going great. This is not an accomplishment. It is not. Iran's saying, sure, come on in. We'll allow you to look at the things we allow you to look at, and then we won't allow you to look at the things we don't allow you to look at. And also, we'll rebuild our ballistic missiles, which are not part of the negotiations, and we'll rebuild our terror support, which is not part of the negotiations, and yeah, we'll keep tolling the Strait of Hormuz. Like, what are we even doing here? What are we even doing here? The idea that some sort of win has been achieved here is unbelievably silly. Not only has it not been achieved in these negotiations, the vice president looked extraordinarily weak.
With Shapiro also repeatedly taking aim at Vance in particular, accusing him of being a weak amateur and failing to uphold Trump's America First policy in the negotiations.
Meanwhile, however, Vice President J.D. Vance spent the weekend looking weak in front of the Qataris, the Pakistanis, and most of all, the Iranians. In fact, I've never seen a weaker look from a Republican politician. It is not peace through strength, it is war through weakness. Get the amateurs back on the bench, get the professionals back in the game.
Of course, I'd love to know your thoughts on all of this. The Shapiro stuff, it stands out to me. One, because Shapiro is just such a fucking coward. Or he goes after Vance because he's fucking terrified of Trump. Because Ben, too, you know what is weak? Trump's so-called art of the deal, which at this point should be the art of the kneel. He makes countless threats and deadlines, and then nothing. Moves that red line in the sand again. He trains people to not take him serious. Yeah. Make it all about Vance, let him be your whipping boy, and trick people that still listen to you somewhere into thinking that you speak some truth to power. And then there's even more that we got to dive into in just a minute. But first, let me thank another sponsor and say, you know, this weekend, the US and Iran reportedly agreed on a roadmap toward a final deal, with both sides outlining steps to wind down military operations we've been covering on the show. And if you've ever wondered why, you know, people can look at the same event and come away with completely different conclusions, today's sponsor, Ground News, it's worth knowing about. Some outlets framed it as a major diplomatic breakthrough, others focused on the obstacles that could still derail it. And that is exactly where seeing multiple perspectives and arguments becomes useful. Ground News lets you compare how hundreds of outlets across the political spectrum are covering the exact same story side by side. And so instead of getting trapped in one algorithm-fed perspective, you can actually see differences in framing, bias, and what details certain outlets emphasize or leave out. Ground News also shows factuality ratings and source ownership data all in one place. My favorite feature, I'll say, is the blind spot feed, which highlights stories that one side is covering heavily while the other side's barely talking about it. And it's one of the easiest and fastest ways to spot gaps in your own news consumption. So hey, if you want to dive deeper into the news instead of just reacting to the headlines, you can check it out. Head to ground.news/DeFranco or scan that QR code to get 40% off unlimited access to the Vantage plan, which is the one I use. But then diving into our final block today, some more news you need to know. It starts with one that it just kind of feels like torture to have to see this play out for this family. Right, because we now know what was in that second note from whoever kidnapped Nancy Guthrie. Right, it indicated that she died, with kidnappers sending the note to CNN and a local news team in Tucson, Arizona, and they claim claim that they didn't mean to kill her, but she passed away shortly after they took her. And I'll add that they reportedly didn't make any apology or request for payment in exchange for her body, which you may have heard rumors of. And so while we knew that there was a second letter, the news station agreed to keep the news of her death from the public so that law enforcement could authenticate any future communications with the alleged kidnappers. And so it seems like that note sparked one of the videos from Savannah Guthrie, the co-host of the Today Show, that she posted with her siblings back in February.
We received your message, and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay.
But also, what's new in all this is that TMZ is now saying that they've been receiving information about the case as it's been unfolding as well.
There is a reference to Nancy Guthrie not being alive anymore, but that is from the person who sent us multiple emails saying that he knows or knew where Nancy Guthrie was and where the kidnappers were, and he wanted money in return for information.
But this guy apparently wasn't going to talk unless they paid him $100,000. Levin claiming that he wanted the money to go underground in case the actual kidnappers found out that he was blowing the whistle on the case. While he wasn't given any direct information, he did seem to hint that Guthrie had died soon after she was taken.
Early on, he said time is of the essence, and then a few days after the kidnapping, he said time is no longer of the essence, meaning she wasn't alive. So that's where that came from. Not the people who kidnapped her, but from the person who was sending us these notes.
Levin also saying that he talked to the FBI, that they took the mystery man seriously, though he claims that they never actually paid him for any information. So now with all this, the Guthrie family's going on almost 6 months without any closure, and you had Savannah Guthrie speaking out again.
We are in agony. And we cannot be at peace. So no matter how much I try to come out here every day and smile and find that joy, and I will, I promise I will. This is a moment to tell you that we need your help. We're begging for your help. No matter how small, the reward is there.
But then also in the news, we have 5 million people having now dropped out of their Medicaid and Affordable Care Act plans in just the last year alone. So that's about a 3.8 million drop in Medicaid and the Children's Health Insurance Program and a 1.2 million drop in the ACA enrollment. And a lot of this, it comes from Medicaid cuts from Trump's so-called Big Beautiful Bill and ACA subsidies expiring last year, which led to premium increases that priced millions of people out of their coverage. And unfortunately, we've known that this was going to happen. You had health policy experts warning and speaking out. So you have some saying this was an entirely predictable consequence of the multi-layered cuts and restrictions on eligibility. And in fact, the Congressional Budget Office estimated last year that about 15 million more people would find themselves uninsured by 2034 with Medicaid cuts and expiring subsidies. With experts also saying that some drops in enrollment might be from people switching to job-based insurance, but with a drop already this big, that points to people just flat out losing coverage. And the consequences here, they're literally life and death. You've got experts saying people who lack coverage get sicker sooner and they die earlier. People putting off going to the doctor, or they can't even afford to go to a doctor, so they put off getting any care until they're sicker than they would have been otherwise. And while this is bad, the worst is yet to come, because by the top of next year, Medicaid work requirements are expected to knock millions more people out of their coverage. And for those, you're not on Medicaid or an ACA plan, you might think, hey, this isn't going to affect me. I wouldn't be sure about that. Or you've got experts explaining that the cost of treating uninsured patients will ultimately get passed on to U.S. taxpayers, saying it just all contributes to this affordability crisis that the American people are faced with. But that, my friend, brings us to the end of your Tuesday show. Thank you for watching, hitting that like button, taking part in the comment section down below. And hey, stay safe, stay sane, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow.
I should have just autopiloted. I'm fucking dumb. I'm learning to always autopilot. I really can't pay attention to it. How much is this ship worth? It's not worth much, I don't think. 10 something. 5. I lost 5 mil. I don't care about that. So. Wait, there's that sail. I guess I missed it. I don't know. No, I put the sail away, I guess. I don't know. So, let's go back up. Yeah, that's perfect. So, let's go get the other sails out. That doesn't work, does it? No. So, but that's okay. Ooh, I could put a cannon. Cool. 10 sails and a cannon on the rear. Oh, I screwed up and forgot to put the door for this thing, and then make me I don't know, like 3 doors is what I can fit right now, yeah. And 10 locks, I guess. And then finish building, put a code on it. Okay, and oh, lower. Or deploy and edit. Good. And is it open right? Yes, it does. And then what do I do? I put a lot of doors. Oh, I did this wrong, huh? I did this wrong. Oops. So, yeah, that is totally wrong, actually. So, yeah, it is wrong. So, but that's okay. We can fix it. Demolish. Demolish. Give me another window. And a door. And a door. Okay. And then I wish I had strength at glass window, but that's like a level of T2 that I don't have right now. I will need to take this ship to the harbor with sails because I can't reach T2 yet, but that's okay. It's a fairly fast ship, I think, and it doesn't have a lot. I think this is enough coverage for now. I suppose I could do metal window bars is what I'll do. That's good enough, actually. Metal window bars. I would actually prefer them. If they kill me, they kill me. I don't really care about that. It's more that I have visibility. So I'll put down a workbench and... yeah, I kind of want that to be a window, I think, if I could. Or no, I guess I can't. But that's okay. So that sucks. You really can't? Why? Maybe I can try. Let's try. Can I pull this thing and then try that? Yeah, like, let's try it. Does that work? Can I go through... where did this go? Ah, that does work. That does work. Nice, nice. So now I need to be able to get up and down, but that ladder blocking the door is just not ideal. I don't know. Maybe with metal window bars it'll be easier. I will put down a workbench, and I will go up under rust on Twitch, I guess. Yeah. Okay, nope, I'm going to stay on just chatting. I don't want to identify as Rust. I don't want Rust gamers on my channel, honestly. I'm a dick like that. So... flash... and then... dog boat. His name... Hi, kitty, we're going to feed you soon, don't worry. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 13, 14. Okay. Make me 14 metal window bars. Or 10 and 4. There we go. And then avert storage tanks. Yeah, start doing vert storage tanks. Or I don't know, vert's higher. I think I actually want the abyss, or sorry, the horizontal. I need an abyss horizontal, and I want it to go first. Yep, I'm full. I don't know where I'm gonna put it. I guess I'll put it right here. Okay, in the workbench, we're going to put all these stupid workbench upgrade things so I can get them off my docket. That's good. If I put a metal bar here, can I put a ladder across it? No. Oh, yes I can. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Perfect. Fucking sweet. Yep, that's great. That's fucking perfect. So, now I need 2 doors. Oops, wrong one. 2 doors and 10 locks. Unlock these doors now. I already did those doors, huh? Nice. I love Rust. I'm glad that I finally found a safe place, you know, to go. It's good. Some crafting time still. I'm gonna wash my hands. They're like sticky with something, and I'm gonna go try and get it off. She's like, dinner? And I'm like, not yet, no. Half an hour, kitty. I'm sorry that I make you wait. But you eat at, you know, you eat at 6:45. It's 6:10. I do that time every night. I'm sorry, kitty. Fucking perfect. Fucking perfect. I love this boat. Cannot deploy turret without tool cupboard access. Wait, what? Tool cupboard access. Now can I do it? No tool cupboard access. Okay. Hi, kitty. Hi, beautiful. Yeah, you want to get us some lap? Hi, beautiful. We're going to feed you soon. Don't worry. A little longer. He's like, you keep making me wait. And I'm like, yeah, I do. I make you wait. I'm the master. I tell you what to do, kitty. Yeah, might as well take a lap because you got like half an hour. Sorry. Oh, I love my kitty. Poor kitty has to wait half an hour. Oh no. Used up all my metal frags. Got solar panel. Can I have her be boss? But I do. You are glitched. Yeah, large batteries way down there at the bottom. I had just enough fuel. It's good. So, what else? I guess I go empty out now. I think I'm done. Yeah, I'm like done right now. Yeah, I'm like done. I'm done with this thing. 1 door, 2 door, 3 door, 4 door, 5 door decor. They'll just have to blow a wall or deal with 7 doors. So like, you know, and it's, yeah, it's a very good PvP ready base. It's, let's take a look at it from the outside. Yep, cute little 2x2 schooner. It's gonna move fast with all those sails. I probably don't need engines or fuel, but I could if I wanted to. I don't know if I can fit engines on this thing. I could fit 1 engine probably, but that's probably all I can really do. Because there's not enough room. Like if I mean, yeah, if I were to put... I could put 5 engines right there, like along this line right here that I'm like scanning. Could put 5 engines right there, it would be acceptable, but honestly it's much better if they're closer to you. I could put the 5 engines right here. It is something I could do. I don't think this ship needs 5 engines. So, I don't know. I don't think this ship needs 5 engines. Okay, I'm in Canola. I need to go to... Oh, she's got to leave fleet. And I've got to add her. She's got to repost the info. Oh, good. It's only one jump. I'll probably be fine. Cool. Got my own boat. Let's see how fast she goes. Not very fast, because it's a big ship, but it's acceptable. Needs some engines and it'll be really good. Might put them upstairs if it'll let me. I love sailing. I think it's such a cool thing. Oh no, did you hit something? Oh no. Did I build somewhere that's too shallow to get out? That would be very annoying. Oh no. Did I build too shallow? I think I probably did. Oh no. Oh no, oh no. I'll have to push it out there or whatever. Oh no. Maybe it's deep enough, but I'm definitely going to have to go the other direction. Oh god. I don't know if I'm gonna get out of this situation. We'll see. I think I need to raise and get on and turn. Yeah. That direction. Yeah. And then hopefully I can go forward, but I really doubt it. I kind of doubt it, actually. I think I might have fucked myself. We'll see. I thought this was deep enough. It wasn't, and now I may have wasted my time. If there's a bug, I'll find it. I don't know if you call it a bug, but it's kind of buggy that I can't get out, and I have a ship, and I'm in water. You know, we'll see, but I don't know. Maybe it'll let me. Maybe we're okay. I was being kind of doomer about it. No, I think we're okay. Oh, I hit something here. Try turning right, because it's obvious that I can't go left. Oh no, it might be too shallow. Maybe I can push it forward. I've got to see how deep it is. And where to go. Excuse me. I got to see where it goes. Yeah, that's no good. I'm going to have to... Oh god, I'm gonna have to shove this boat out to sea, which is so fucking annoying. I don't even know if it'll let me. It might not let me. We'll see. I am shoving it. But they're gonna eat half an hour of my time. Like, right there is deep enough. I'm not that far from being deep enough. I'm gonna get through this. It'll take me 10 minutes, but I'll get out of this, which is cool. As long as you'll let me out of it, I'll pay the 10-minute cost, you piece of shit developer. Oh, look, it might actually fix itself here, maybe. It's just like, yeah, you need to be out deep and you're caught shallow. Please fix for me. Yes, fix. I'll keep shoving you, I don't care. Oh, look at shoving. It's like you're caught, you need to be free. I'm caught, I need to be free, please. Oh, look, I might be able to turn around. What? I did it again, I'm not an autopilot. I thought I hit the autopilot! The bar just stops, because it's like, no, you gotta die. Fucking dumb. Is it the same guy? It is the same fucking guy. Why? Please stop. Why didn't you autopilot? I fucking autopiloted, didn't I? Oh, I didn't. Well, I lost 5 mil. Piece of shit cocksucker brain dead Fenris developer is gonna fuck with me and steal my money however they can. However they can. Sorry I didn't press the autopilot button, you fucking piece of shit cocksucker failure ass developer. Congrats on the 25k pop after 25 years. What is that, a pop a year? 1,000 people a year. Just saying. Okay, do it again. Yep. Just self-destruct. I will push this boat to fucking sea. I swear to God I will. You won't let me turn around, will you? Nope. So badly designed. Come on, hurry up. Every time I don't press the autopilot button, stupid ass Fenris cocksuckers fine me $5 million. Or, yeah, 5 million ISK. It's just like, grats, guys. I guess I'll swipe to replace the money you steal from me all the time, you fucking cocksucker. The fuck's your problem? You know I hit the autopilot button. Why am I sitting at that gate? I hit the autopilot button. I know I did. I must have turned it off. I must have hit it twice. A game based around whether you jump through stargates is so fucking dumb. You need to change that vernacular entirely. I don't care about stargates or your fucking problems. Look, we're way further than we were before. I'm getting to the point where I'll be able to turn around, maybe. I think I can do it now. Let's turn around and leave. It took 10 minutes, but I got out. No thanks to the developer. Thanks for wasting my time, piece of shit. Yeah, go get another fucking Posh Von Miasmos and try to autopilot this time. The game's so dumb and bad. Most of it is just Stargates. Stargates suck. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I better turn around first. Hey, I got out of the channel. It took me 10 minutes, but I did it. Goonies never say die. Okay, let's go appreciate this cool boat on this private server. It's fucking dope. Cool. I love this fucking RP. And I'm in a protected server. It's fucking beautiful. It's like, fuck off, assholes. Go live your own lives. Sailing. Sailing. I love sailing.
Bible where you can refer to scriptures that say that homosexuality is not a great thing. But that's not the point here. The point here is that this is about how we treat other people. And this is something that we're going to come back to time and time again during this conversation, is that this is about how you treat people, whether or not you like them, whether or not they are part of your people, whether or not they're an alien, whether or not they are sinful. Jesus, he may tell people that they are in sin. He says, go forth and sin no more. But he never mistreats somebody. He never makes somebody feel unwelcome because of their sin. For all have sinned and fallen short. And so this idea that we're going to use these scriptures in order to justify bigotry and hatred and mistreatment of other people, of other humans, that is sin. In fact, that is the sin that Christ speaks against the most. Speaking about the hypocrites and picking the splinter from your eye with the log, while there's still a log in your own eye. And we are going to get to that as he gets a little bit deeper. So I'm going to let him keep talking for now.
Which sin just means missing the mark, aka anti-God. That's
okay. Maybe I'm not going to let him talk for too long. Just so we know. So he's right in the fact that sin comes from the Greek word hamartia, which is an archery term, which means to miss the mark.
That's really all it is. It's just God says to do A, people do B, and therefore it's anti-God.
Not quite. It means to miss the mark. It means to, for example, take scripture that's about being hospitable, the requirements to be hospitable to a stranger, and the sin of being inhospitable, and turning it into an excuse to ostracize and mistreat a population of people in the world. That's sin.
God wipes out the world, kind of harsh. And he puts up a rainbow, reminding people that
he does not put up the rainbow to remind people. Okay, I'm sorry. Hold on. I let him speak.
Do A, people do B, and therefore it's anti-God. God wipes out the world, kind of harsh. And he puts up a rainbow, reminding people that he will not flood the earth ever again. And the next time, he says he'll destroy the earth with fire.
Genesis 9. We'll start at verse 8. Then God said to Noah and to his sons with him, now I establish my covenant with you and your descendants after you, and with every living creature that was with you, the birds, the livestock, and all of the wild animals, all that came out of the ark. With you, every living creature of the earth, I establish my covenant with you. Never again will all life be destroyed by the waters of a flood. Never again will there be a flood to destroy the earth. And God said, this is the sign of the covenant that I am making between me and you and every living creature with you, a covenant for all the generations to come. I have set my rainbow in the clouds, and it will be a sign of the covenant between...
Okay. Oh, good. Yeah. Oh yeah, no problem. You want me to get you a bag of ice? Okay, no problem. I will do so. No, well, yeah, actually, I believe I am broke. I don't think I have any money. Sorry. Okay. Alright, see you in a bit. Bye. Well, nice. Can't drink anymore. I've had like 2 shots or something, but yeah. Oops. Now I've gone past the harbor, but this is good. This is like where I want to be. Okay, guys, I've got to bomb out early here to go be with my family. I will see you in a bit. I love you guys. See you later. Hi, guys. What's up? It's 9:21 p.m., 6:23:26, and, you know, it's good to get back from family dinner and get back to it. I love you guys. Let's go do more of this Ashtarothi conversation.
Covenant between
I'll play
me
some
and
games.
Earth. Whenever I bring clouds over the earth and the rainbow appears in the clouds, I will remember my covenant between me and you and all living creatures of every kind. Never again will the waters become flood to destroy all life. Wherever the rainbow appears in the clouds, I will see it and remember the everlasting covenant between God and all living creatures of every kind of the earth. So why does God put the rainbow in the earth? Or why does God put rainbow in the sky? Not to remind the people. What did he say? Listen to this. This is very subtle, but this is the very kind of thing that this kind of Christian theology tries to do, to corrupt the scripture. He is misquoting the scripture. He's misrepresenting the scripture, and that is what I take offense to.
And he puts up a rainbow, reminding people that he will not flood the earth ever.
It is not to remind people. It is to remind God. It does not say every time you will see the rainbow, you will remember this covenant. It says every time I see this rainbow, I being God, I will remember my covenant with man. And he also suggests...
Again. And the next time, he says, he'll destroy the earth with fire.
That is another thing that our good friend Fern here does a lot, which is take two different, very chronologically separated parts of scripture and smashes them together as if they're one thing. Yes, in this passage, in the Genesis, God says that he will never again flood the earth. But you know what he doesn't say? That next time it will be in fire. I actually had to do some extra search to see where the hell this fire thing even came from. And the answer goes, we have to jump all the way up to 2 Peter, which, remember, is like New Testament. This is the letters between the stuff. So this is the 2 Peter, a letter from Peter, which may or may not have actually been attributed to Peter. Don't worry about it. We're not going to worry about biblical historicity today. We're taking it for what it says. But it says, but the day of the Lord will come like a thief. The heavens will disappear with a roar, and the elements will be destroyed by fire, and the earth and everything done in it will be laid bare. And then also in Revelation 29, it says they marched across the breadth of the earth and surrounded the camp of God's people, the city he loves, but fire came down from heavens and devoured them. So this idea that the next time will be in fire is actually a very New Testament concept. There's little bits here and there about, and obviously the events of Sodom and Gomorrah actually happens after the flood. So the next time God does something to purge people, it's not the whole world, it's just the two cities, he does use fire. But this idea that God said, I will never do it again by water, next time it's fire, those are not actually in the Bible in the same chunk of space. Those are two different concepts from two different parts of the Bible that he's smashing together into one narrative.
So he destroyed the earth with water. At the end of days, he'll destroy the earth with fire. And the homosexual community has taken a Christian symbol and appropriated it.
It's not a Christian symbol. It's not a Christian symbol. It's not a Christian symbol. Genesis is not a Christian book. It's an early Israelite book. The Christians are a derivation, it's an iteration off of the Jewish faith. Not all Jews became Christians. And of course, there's a lot of conversations in the Pauline letters and in the early church about whether or not you had to become a Jew in order to be a Christian. Obviously, in the end, spoiler alert, they decided you do not need to become a Jew in order to become a Christian. This is the whole thing about circumcision in the Pauline letters. But it's not a Christian symbol. It's a Jewish symbol. You could argue, if anything, Christians appropriated a Jewish symbol for themselves.
You're trying to kidnap what I've rightfully stolen.
But more than just that, like, are you kidding me? The rainbow is a Christian symbol? I'm sorry. No, the rainbow is a meteorological phenomena. This theory that the rainbow is a Christian symbol necessitates the idea that the Bible is like one of the oldest records, which is just historically not true. I don't know if this guy is a young earth creationism kind of guy or whatever. I don't know. He doesn't say anything either way that makes me believe either way about his belief on that. But like, unless you're accepting young earth creationism as being true, and therefore like the Bible is this authoritative early work of the actual history of man, you got to realize that other cultures, other traditions have opinions about the rainbow. Here we go, guys. I am not a homosexual. I like to say I'm straight, not narrow.
You're not. So you're straight, okay.
But I will say,
I didn't know.
You know what? The LGBT community has not stolen this from Christians. In fact, they what is the word he used?
Appropriated it.
They didn't appropriate a Christian symbol. They appropriated a Nordic symbol, right? We've got Asgard and the Rainbow Bridge, this idea of bridging the different divides and stuff. And that's why we use rainbows. I'm not saying that's necessarily true, but it's significantly more useful or understandable than the idea that they took the Christian symbol for not flooding the earth, and that's why they chose it for LGBT. Listen, there are Christian symbols. I agree that there are Christian symbols. The cross, you can have the cross as a Christian symbol. In fact, you know what? I'll even let you have the cross over the Ankh. Whatever, cool. Like, I get it. You like the cross, it's a Christian symbol. The Jesus fish, that's a Christian symbol. In the early days of Christianity, they needed to use symbolism. They needed to stay underground when it comes to understanding or like identifying themselves as Christians. And so they used the symbol of the Jesus fish, the ichthys. This is a Christian symbol, right? This I, X, theta, Y, sigma, I think it is. Whatever. This symbol here, the Jesus fish, cool. This is a Christian symbol. The Jesus did loaves and fishes. Jesus has a lot of fishermen of men. You can have the fish. You can have the cross. But you know what isn't a Christian symbol? The rainbow. That's insane. You cannot copyright a meteorological event. And the idea that the Christians, not the Jew, but even if you could say the Israelites, you want to suggest that the Israelites were the first people who looked up into the sky and saw the rainbow and was like, oh, this has some special meaning specifically to us. You're the people that get the authority of what the rainbow means. Get out of town. That is ridiculous, especially since all of this comes from Genesis, and Genesis is full of like, it comes from very, very, very early Israelite kind of culture. That's why there's so much weirdness in Genesis. You know, there's a lot of ideas about God and the nature of God that doesn't really reflect with the rest of the Bible. And the idea of the Nephilim, right? This entire story of the Nephilim and Enoch like shows the weirdness of the world in which Genesis was born out of. But, you know,